Could man have survived in the dinosaur age of mighty monsters?
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, dir, dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday. It is August 11th, 2026. And we've got 6 brand new dinosaurs to talk about today. So I'm really glad you're here. If it's your very first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about, well, dinosaurs in particular for a large part of this, since dinosaurs happen to be what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. Dinosaurs are what I excavate for the most part during the summers. Just got done with 7 weeks of field work so far this year, with more to come in the fall. But anyway, the whole point of these broadcasts is to give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. Why is it important? Why should you care about the history of life on our planet Earth? Why is it relevant to your everyday life? We'll talk about that. We'll talk about whatever you happen to be curious about. Given that this is a live broadcast, I'm here to answer your questions to the best of my ability. And, we'll just kind of see where this goes. But anyway, 6 brand new dinosaurs to talk about today that were published while I was out in the field in Utah. We've got a full plate today, so I hope you're ready for it. Let's see who's here in the chat. Olivia Sky Newtown says, hello, sir. You do not have to call me sir. Olivia Sky, thank you for being here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Scrolling up to the top, Claire Burr and Golganek, I think, may have been first today. And Lenina. But yeah, Golganek says, I love this dinosaur world tour. Uruguay, Canada, India, USA, Zimbabwe, and China. Yeah, holy cow. That's how many continents? What? Well, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 continents. Not too shabby for 6 different dinosaurs. But yeah, I see Shark Geek there in the chat. Howdy, Shark Geek. Hope you're doing well. Coakinesis, welcome back. C. Nielsen, howdy. Go for Fluffernut. Gav1816. Lurid Rural Juror has returned to us. I will never forget you, Rural Juror. Thank you for returning. Squiggles Dagabo, Reality Ripple, Fake 2D Otuno. Let's see, scrolling 55 Jazzy Cat. And then there's Six-Sided Das. Thank you for the raid, Six-Sided Das. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you had a really good stream. Playing some Elite Dangerous. I hope you had a good time. Thanks for bringing everybody over. Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. Speaking of folks coming over, how are you doing, Sweetie? She was climbing all over the desk and knocking things over right before I started the stream. Making noises right into the mic. Who else we got? Charlie's Dragon. Thank you for everything you do, Charlie's Dragon. 4 45 streams straight. Not too shabby. Grim Deviant. Howdy, howdy. And it then did. What's shaking? Pate B. Scrolling. Lunia Rose. Hello to you too. El Meta. Howdy, howdy. And Murph. Says everybody, afternoon. What's the topic today? How are you, Murph? Did you say that because that's mentioned in the video? Good to see you, Murph, as always. Flicked. Welcome back. Good to see you too. Tommy Trex says good to be here. It's good to have you here. Dr. Hubs. What's shaking? And the Mayor of Space. How are you doing, Mayor of Space? I hope you're having a good day. Aid 112. Sam Kent. Spark Electronics. Steely Dan. Glam Pixie. And Petrodactylus. This is a dig site. No, I'm back home, Petrodactylus. Got home on Saturday afternoon. And I've been readjusting to life more or less indoors after spending 3 weeks sleeping in a tent and then being outside all day long, sun up to sunset. On a break from mowing the lawn. Nice, Mayor Space. You know, pro tip, if you get yourself some large grazing mammals, like say bison or Cape buffalo, or in a pinch elephants, they can mow the lawn for you, and you don't have to bother with that chore. You gotta think smarter, not harder, you know? Right? Yeah, isn't that right? Yeah. So, like, another pro tip, if you ever, like, you know, you're like, oh man, I really like living here, but I really wish there were some fleas around. Try getting some cats. And then they will attract fleas. You don't have to buy your fleas from the store. Pay those outrageous grocery store prices for a dozen fleas. No. You let them come to you. You know? Yeah. Or whose property they're doing it on? Well, I mean, that is one of the things about large grazing mammals, is they tend to be fairly willful creatures. But, you know, it's just how they work, you know? A pro flea hack, exactly, Sharky. No longer do you have to go to the flea market to pick up fleas. You know, you can let a mammal do that for you, huh, Sweetie Pie? Sweetie Pie had fleas briefly, but I think they're all gone. Huh. I heard about that while I was gone. Hopefully there's no more fleas. Hopefully. Yeah. Anyhow, Sweetie Pie, is it time for you to get paid? You gotta pay the landlord here. Alright. Where's those treats? Now that you're back on the treat train. Yeah, let's get those for you. Where? Are they here? Look at that. My goodness, what a delight. Good stuff. Tommy Trex is grazing on some Cheetos at the moment. I hope you're enjoying. Or those like puffed corn snacks. Yeah, Linus's fleas are such a pain to get rid of. I mean, they're hard to catch, you know? They're so small and they jump really well. You know, it might help to employ the help of another of the great apes, maybe some chimps. They're very good at, like, you know, like that. You know? Yeah. There you go. And then when you have too many chimps, you just bring in some crocodiles, you know? Things in nature balance themselves out. Huh. You want some more? Oh, that's too many, but that's okay. Mirth says, I don't recommend mixing chimps and other small animals. Well, no, that's the thing. You have to get if you're looking for somebody to bring down the chip numbers, you know, some large crocodiles or another large subaquatic reptile like that, ambush predator, might do the trick. But it's got to be bigger than the chimps themselves. What am I even talking about? Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. I promise the rest of the stream will not be as goofy as this opening sequence here. You got all of them, sweetie pie. That's all of them. Look. Oh god. Oh god. I gave you so many treats. I give you so many. Yeah. Looking for more? Oh, a fake fox? Is that true, Techbird? Yeah, they're plastic coyotes that they used to put out at a place that my mom used to work to scare away the geese. And I think before too long, the plastic coyotes were just covered with goose poop. Birds are smarter than most people realize, I think. Yeah. What do you think, sweetie pie? She's just staring me down. You want some more? That's all I have. That's all I have for now, sweetie pie. Anyhow, and good to have you here, Eosystarian. What's shaking? Yeah, Murph says she's like, we missed a lot of the rent in the last few months. I mean, Sweetie Pie wasn't supposed to have any treats until yesterday because we were trying to figure out what she's allergic to. You were staring me down. You were just staring me down. What? What? I've been in many a staring contest before, Sweetie Pie. I can hold my own. I think I have more patience than you do. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Anyhow. And Olivia Sky Newtown says, my name is Olivia. I found your channel by clicking on a science tag. I know, right? On, science tag? Excellent. It's good to have you here. That reminds me, what channel are we streaming in right now? Or rather, what category? Are we in just chatting, or are we in, We are. Let's change that to science and technology, why don't we? Yeah. I'm just excited to But welcome, Olivia. It's good to have you here. Like I said, today we're going to be going over 6 new dinosaurs that were published while I was out doing fieldwork in Utah over the past 3 weeks to a month. And then we'll be doing some 3D print assembling too. I'm printing more of my Diabloceratops skull, which I'm really excited about. So we'll be doing more of that. And then we'll also do Metazoa and some Q&A. But first off, before I forget, let's do a quick Blue Sky post. Let's see. Screenshot there. I can do better than that. Yeah. I can do better than that too. That'll work. All right. posted. There we go. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. Hang on a second. How are you doing? She's like, I hear you've been giving Sweetie Pie treats. I have been. I know that's been your sole domain for the past several months. But now we don't think she's allergic anymore. So I'm giving treats to her too. Yeah. True. It's my other landlord here. Number 2 of 3. This is Mini Pie. And she loves to push that camera around. Huh. Yeah. See you, little panther. Little panther. Good stuff. What do you think? Hey, Brianna Sings. Welcome. Good to have you here. Alright, let's pay the other landlord. Jump into some science, huh? Yeah. Look at all those. Better chew those up. There you go. Those are teeth. It's those complex mammalian teeth. Those heterodont teeth. There we go. And there you go, Murph. Yeah. He is quite panther-like. Ah! I'll bite you. I'll bite you. You missed me, I missed you too. What are you looking at? Oh. There's a little hole in the bottom of the door, a cat hole for the cats to be able to go through. So even when I close the door here in my office, the cats can still come in and out. And so, you see Mini Pie a second ago? She's like, there's Sweetie Pie in the hole in the door over there, staring at her. I love the little dramas that cats get up to. When you put them together, they'll stalk each other around the house. And they'll watch each other do stuff. One of them will, like, claim a room and try to keep the other cat out. And the tricks they play on each other. It's so funny. Anyhow. Even when you close the door, there's no chance of peace. Yeah, I have to, like, shove a pillow in the door in order to put a cork in the cat hole. Anywho. Let's get this thing posted so we can get on with stuff. Yeah. You know what? I could do a better screenshot than that, I feel. That'll work. We'll use that one. There we are. Let's save over that one. Yep. There we go. We've got 6. Six new dinosaur genera. which were published while I was away doing field work in Utah over the past month. And we're covering them today. Who are they, by the way? Let's copy and paste those. There we go. Join us and let's learn about them. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. Paleontologizing. Okay. By 3D printed dinosaur fossils. Framed skeletal diagrams. Good enough. And let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Yeah, I always try to do alt text whenever I remember a Gamers Tavern show. So, yeah. Here's a link if you want to interact with that post for whatever reason. You happen to be on Blue Sky. Yeah. Gotta make sure we've got enough time to cover all these animals, but not super worried about that. Tech break. Before we get into our fossil news, though, let's do some Metazoa, our daily animal guessing challenge. I like to do this whenever I remember to. There we go. This is a way to keep our phylogeny skills sharp. This is a daily guessing game in the same spirit as like Wordle from New York Times, except instead of trying to guess a mystery word of the day, instead we have a mystery animal. We've got 20 guesses to try and figure it out. Let's jump in. What this works is, if you've never seen it before, you type a guess here into this guess box, and then Metazoa will tell you the most exclusive, so the smallest, least inclusive, evolutionary clade that includes your guess plus the mystery animal. The reason why we can do this is because all living things, including all animals on our planet, are related to one another. This is the grand tree of life. There's lots of different ways to illustrate this. I like this one because it's kind of like a fractal. But it's an excellent tool, onething.org. It's really, really neat. Let's jump to us, you and me, and every other person who's a member of the species Homo sapiens. Genus Homo, species sapiens. And we are, of course, part of the great apes, part of the primates, part of the mammals, part of the Sarcopterygian fish, and then go out and out and out, further and further and further until you get to animals. 1.4 million species in this clade. Lots of possibilities for Metazoa. I'm going to start off. Let's do human to start with for Metazoa and see how close that gets us here. Human. There you go, Prince Nenarda. Let's try that. And okay, our critter is not a human and it's not a mammal, but it is an amniote, which tells me it's got to be a reptile, including birds. I'll show you how I know that. So here's mammals right here. We guessed human, which is a kind of mammal. And Metazoa said, nope, not a human, not a mammal, but it is an amniote. Which tells us, here at the amniotes, you can take a left and get to mammals, or you can take a right and get to Sauropsida, the sauropsids, the reptiles, which includes birds, turtles, and crocs, and Lepidosaurs, which is Tuatara, and then lizards. Snakes are actually a kind of lizard. They're a kind of squamate. So anywho, our critter is a sauropsid. Just by the numbers, it's probably going to be some kind of bird. So let's go with sparrow. Passerine birds are the largest clade within the largest clade of their rank within the birds. Let's try sparrow real quick and see if it gets us any closer. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Oh boy. Our critter's not a sparrow. It's not a passerine bird. It's not a bird. And it's not an archosaur. It's an archelosaur. This tells me it's got to be a turtle. So birds are over here. We guessed a bird, and Metazoa said nope, but it is part of Archelosauria. This is the birds, turtles, and crocs. If it were an archosaur, it would say archosaur, but it didn't. It says Archelosaur, which tells us our critter's got to be a kind of turtle. You know what I have to do, chat? Because
I like turtles.
I've got to try leatherback. Could it be? Oh boy, that would be super awesome. I doubt it will be. There are quite a few turtles, I think, within Metazoa. No, there's just box turtle, sea turtle, and snapping turtle. There's got to be tortoises too. Yeah, tortoise. They don't have terrapin. Let's try leatherback turtle.
Hold on to your butts.
And no. Although it is part of Americalidia, which I think is, what is this? These are cryptodire turtles, the hidden neck turtles. It includes all the marine turtles, including leatherbacks, and I think snapping turtles and their relatives. Yeah, sea turtles, snapping turtles, the Central American river turtle, and mud turtles. It's probably going to be snapping turtle. But let's look up this clade real quick. Are box turtles part of this, though? So, Cryptodira, Americalidia. Box turtles are part of... North American box turtles. They're part of Emididae, which I don't think are part of... No, they're the group that that also includes the tortoises, yeah. It's gotta be snapping turtle, then. There we go. You ready? Snapping turtle.
Hold on to your butts.
And...
Yes!
We got it. And 4 guesses. Not too shabby. Yeah. Not too shabby. Now, snapping turtles are awesome. They're very, very cool. And misunderstood in a lot of ways. Anyway, let's post that real quick. There we go. Nice. Snapping turtle. There's at least 2 species here in North America. This is the common snapping turtle, genus Calidra. Calidra serpentina. I think serpentina in reference to that long, almost serpentine neck. Let's see if we can find a little video on the common snapping turtle. Neat. Excellent. Here we are.
The snapping turtle family is split into 2 groups: common snapping turtles and alligator snapping turtles. Snapping turtles may also...
So which one of these two, between the common snapping turtle and the giant alligator snapping turtle, which do you think has the stronger bite? Of these two, which one do you think has the stronger bite? We'll find out. The answer might be surprising, though.
also be related to the similar-looking Asiatic big-headed turtles. However, as of this recording, the 2 families are separated, but this could change in the future as more information becomes available. Common snapping turtles and alligator snapping turtles are often confused because they look similar to one another. Common snapping turtles are generally more round, while alligator snapping turtles are more angular. Alligator snapping turtles are also much larger in size, have a more pointed beak, and are more nocturnal than common snapping turtles. Common snapping turtles range from North America to northern South America.
I didn't realize they range into South America, too. That's pretty cool. Interesting.
While alligator snapping turtles are more confined to the southeastern region of the U.S. Both groups can be found in just about any type of freshwater system, but they prefer slow-moving or stagnant waters that are relatively shallow, have muddy or sandy bottoms, and have plenty of vegetation for hiding. Snapping turtles are largely aquatic animals. Alligator snappers are sedentary and spend nearly all of their time in water, leaving only to build a nest on land as close to the water as they can get it without risk of flooding. Common snapping turtles spend a great deal of their time in water too, but more often move across land either to find a new pond or look for an appropriate nest site. This
Interesting. So I guess if you're to see a snapping turtle on land, it's a higher likelihood that it will be a common snapping turtle. Common snapping turtles more commonly seen on land. I don't think they usually moonwalk like this, though. So if you see one doing this, be suspicious.
Appropriate nest site. This is when common snapping turtles are most often seen by people. The biggest threat to an adult snapping turtle is a human. These turtles may be hit by cars or caught for use in food. Young snapping turtles and snapping turtles...
It may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to find your stream. I don't usually get to see it working the night shift. Thank you for putting out educational content in a fun way.
Thank you, Leslie, for the 500 bits. Thank you for the support and for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online, helping make this possible. Appreciate you. And I'm glad you could be here, too.
Eggs are more vulnerable to being taken by possums, foxes, raccoons, crows, and more. The breeding season for snapping turtles can differ based on how far north the turtles are living, but it generally occurs between March and October. These turtles are mostly solitary in nature, but will begin meeting up with other individuals after they reach 4 years of age. Female snapping turtles are able to store sperm.
I love the tail on a common snapping turtle like this with these osteoderms running along the sagittal plane. Petrodactylus was talking about this. Really, really cool. It's almost reminiscent of like, you know, a cartoon dinosaur or something like that, you know? Or a real dinosaur like maybe Scelidosaurus. Can you see it? And, oh, what is this? Adobe stock. Block this site. AI sludge. Wait, oh, and hang on. We know this artist here. If it isn't Casey Snowart. Very nice. Yeah, shout out to Casey. Really cool. Her art popping up here in the wild. You love to see it. A zillion times better than that AI trash. Really nice. Anyway, cool tales on snapping turtles.
So they don't even need to meet up with a male every year in order to produce fertilized eggs. Female snapping turtles will pull themselves out of the water and dig a nest in the ground. Here, they'll lay anywhere from fewer than 10 to more than 80 eggs. The eggs will take 2 to 4 months to hatch, with the hatchlings possibly staying with the nest to overwinter, just like the pond sliders we've previously discussed. In size, alligator snapping turtles take the top spot for largest freshwater turtles in America. They range from 1 to more than 2.5 feet in length, not including their tails, which can be as long as their shells. They also weigh from 35 to more than 150 pounds. At the rate things are going for the largest freshwater turtles in the world, alligator snappers may take over that label within our lifetimes. Common snapping turtles are smaller but still impressive, averaging a foot in length and 20 pounds in weight. To get that big, these turtles eat invertebrates, carrion, fish, birds, small mammals, and aquatic vegetation.
Apparently, though, they're mostly eating little dead things. Very rarely do they actually eat birds or mammals. They're primarily scavengers. Because you'll actually hear from some people like, oh, you know, you have to go out and kill all those snapping turtles because they eat the baby ducks. It's like, that's not true. They do not. Only extremely rarely will they do that. Like, your dog is much more likely to eat a baby duck than a snapping turtle. Yeah. People are very cruel to these animals. It's really shameful. Yeah.
With alligator snappers also taking other turtles and even small alligators. Alligator snapping turtles are sit-and-wait predators.
Yep.
They'll hold their mouths open and wriggle a lure on their tongues that looks like a worm. This attracts prey who get snapped up in an instant. Common snapping turtles are more active hunters. During cooler months, these turtles may go into a state of low activity sometimes, even using beaver lodges as temporary homes. If they can avoid predation, snapping turtles may live to be 30 years old in the wild. For more facts on snapping turtles,
cool
check out
critters.
the links in the description. Give a thumbs up if you learned something new today.
Here's a link to that video there from Animal Fact Files. And lurid rural juror says, only extremely rarely will someone talking like that be right about anything. Now, I don't mean to be disparaging of people with broad rural accents. And I really do need to work on expanding my repertoire of, like, dumb guy voices. I need to learn how to do, like a Dundalk, Baltimore accent. Because I think it's really funny. And that can be, you know, maybe 50% of the time that can be my dumb guy voice. I gotta work on that. Anyway, I can recommend a really good book that features snapping turtles pretty prominently. Where is that? It's called Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. Here we go. Recommended this before. Doing it again right now. And Mardair, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And German, we have them too. I appreciate that that's a worldwide phenomenon, Earl German. Yeah, excellent book of Time and Turtles, Mending the World Shell by Shattered Shell by Cy Montgomery. So this is a book by... Oh, there we go. Here's the author and the artist in the book, and there is a snapping turtle right there. But in this book, Cy Montgomery chronicles meeting a bunch of turtles and turtle people in the eastern United States, working with organizations like the Turtle Survival Alliance, people who rescue turtles in the wild who have been hit by cars, or attacked by dogs, or shot by ne'er-do-well human beings. It's remarkable the recoveries that turtles can make if just given half a chance. Even to the point where, like, there's a story of a snapping turtle in here who'd been hit by a car. She was trying to cross the road so that she could go lay her eggs, and it severed her spine. So, like, her shell was cracked in half. Her back legs are just kind of dragging limply behind her. And she was taken into a turtle rehab facility. And then her shell was patched up. And over the course of several months, she regained the use of her back legs. Her spinal cord actually drew back together and then healed up. Just remarkable that, like, when your spinal cord is severed, that it could stitch back together like that is remarkable. And there is so much that we stand to learn from these animals. Their incredible healing abilities. This is the sort of thing that medical professionals are kind of astonished by. It's like, how do we figure out how they do that so that maybe we can apply those findings to human medicine? Anyway, really good book. Highly recommend it. Yeah, it's very sentimental, but in a way that's not cloying or annoying or anything. It's lovely. Very well written. It's kind of a love letter to North American turtles and the people who care for them. It's good stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. That is a medical miracle, and I hope they study. I mean, it's awesome. Like the injuries that these creatures can come back from. Just bonkers, you know. Yeah. And Stadler says I got some good recommendations on here before. Glad to hear it. I try not to recommend books unless I really like them, think that you'll really like them. Anyhow. And Dan the BC Man says, that's great. I wish I could get back to where my body was when I was in my 20s. I mean, that's what we're trying to do with science. By learning from the natural world and the creatures all around us on this planet, hopefully we can help improve our own well-being as human beings and the well-being of the other critters on our planet too. You think about all the advancements that we've made as a species in the last few centuries, thanks to science. Improved sanitation, improved nutrition, improved medicine. Life expectancy has just gone up and up and up over the last 200 years. And that's because of
Hello, I'm Samuel
science.
from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed,
Freak Adele.
America loses them
Freaka Adele.
forever.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, science is important, you know? And used correctly, it can improve the lives of every person on this planet. Anyway, it's the sort of thing that gets me excited. Anyhow, and Kennedy says, if you ever have to move a snapping turtle, never grab them by the tail. It can seriously injure them. Good advice, Kennedy, yeah. There's a method for picking up a turtle called the wheel well method, which is not always ideal, but it's often like the safest way to handle especially a snapping turtle. There we go. Yeah. There's an illustration of this. So their tail is part of their spinal column, so it'd be like somebody picking you up by your head. You know, you don't want that happening. But there's these two little insets here on either side of the carapace, and if you grab them right there, you can just pick them up like that. And then they can flail their arms and legs and try and scratch with their claws, but they can't get you, nor can they get you with their beak, with their jaws. You know, this is just an animal that doesn't know what's going on. It's trying to defend itself. But if you ever need to, like, pick up a snapping turtle in the road, that's how you do it. And I bet you we can find a video detailing exactly how this is done. How to pick up a snapping turtle. There we go.
Alright, just down on Mill Street by my house, actually. What we have is this season of snapping turtles looking to nest and cross some roads. Now, we're on a skinny, narrow bridge. He's hidden into the shadows. Now, we assume that he's coming up from here, and that's a long embankment to climb, so I think he's trying to get over to the other side.
Probably a she, really.
Water, but we see this a lot, so what we're going to do, he's a big snapping turtle. But we're going to pick him up only from the back.
Although with a really long tail, it might be a male. I think with calidrids from the snapping turtle family, I think they also have a longer tail as males than females do.
Okay, we never from the sides, always from the back. Believe it or not, snapping turtles have a great reach to reach around and get your fingers. Yep. So we don't want to hurt them, but we also want to be safe moving them. So we're gonna sit here and move them across.
There you go. He's hysterian.
All right, see how he's snapping? We don't like that, but he doesn't know we're here to help him. So
oh, interesting. From the back like that. Huh. So again, not picking them up by the legs or by the tail, but from the rim under the carapace, like above the animal's butt, basically.
That's how we move a turtle across the road.
Nice. Good stuff. That's not the wheel well method that I read in the book, though. I wonder if we can find an example of that. Let's see. Let's try this. Crossing the tarmac at an airport.
We're going to help this turtle cross the road. Okay, so you always want to get, could you come a little closer for me? Sweet. Okay, so you always want to get behind the turtle. And in this case, the turtle is pointing that way. So, and its face is pointing that way. So that's the direction that presumably the turtle wants to go and cross the road. So we're going to make sure to take it onto that side rather than putting it back in the water on this side. Otherwise, this is going to come back and try and cross again.
So that's a good point.
What we'll do.
Be cognizant of which direction the turtle is facing, because it's probably the direction the turtle wants to go in. So we're here to help out the turtle, not to, bring it back to its starting point. That would not help.
As you can see, right, the turtle snaps, but even though it has a really long neck, it can't get its head all the way to the back of its body. So as long as you're behind the turtle, you can safely touch the turtle. So for example, you put just the back of its jaw, and you can kind of push it along like this to help
like a wheelbarrow?
Right? Or you could also grab the back legs, and you have to grip really firmly, but you can grab the back legs and kind of move the turtle along like a wheelbarrow. In this case, the turtle is not very happy about this, but you can kind of move the turtle along.
Also, they have sharp claws on their back feet. So you gotta be careful about that.
If the turtle isn't too heavy, you can also pick it up.
There you go.
That's a snapper?
Yeah, holding the back of its legs. Oopsie. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so here's a big snapping turtle.
I like how there's just some random guy who walks up during this video. Like, oh, is that a snapper?
How do you make sure he doesn't bite you?
We're doing a little film and demoing that to put on YouTube. But if you're in the back of its shell, it can't reach its head all the way back. So you're safe if you're within the bottom third of the turtle shell.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, would you like to hold the turtle?
Hold it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you get a picture of me?
Sure, of course.
I love they're doing outreach left and right here. This is lovely.
Oh, the one in the bag is like taking it off.
Okay. Here, one more. From the North Carolina Zoo.
Snapping turtles, of course, derive their name for their tendency to snap or strike defensively when they feel threatened, and they are indeed capable of delivering a serious bite. When moving a turtle...
Contrary to popular belief, they snap with their jaws and not with their fingers. So, remember that. If you see a turtle snapping with its fingers, maybe consult a medical professional, because turtles don't do that. You're probably hallucinating.
Turtle from the road, always remember to use your hazards.
Yeah.
Move the turtle across the road in the direction it was going, and always leave the turtle near where you found it. Now we would like to show you a couple ways to safely move a snapping turtle across the road.
Beatnik turtle.
Picking up a turtle by its tail could damage its vertebrae, so try not to grab them there if at all possible. Also, never grab a snapping turtle at its sides, as they have deceptively long necks and can turn around and bite your hand. So instead, grab it from the back of the shell just above the tail. Using two hands, grab the back of the shell just above the tail. This way you can move the turtle across the road without being bitten.
There we go. Nice.
You can also grab a floor mat, a piece of cardboard, a towel, or anything that you can find to help you slide the turtle across the road.
A helicopter, a skid steer, a landing craft. You know, technology gives us options.
This common snapping turtle was found injured. He has been a patient at the Schindler Wildlife Center here at the North Carolina Zoo. He has been rehabilitated and will be released later today. If you find an injured turtle, call the Wildlife Center here at the North Carolina Zoo.
There you go. Yeah. No, it is pretty cool nowadays. There's so many different ways of getting help for this kind of thing. Like, most people are carrying around a phone in their pocket with which they can search the internet for wildlife rehabilitation facilities, fish and wildlife departments, whatever. With just a little bit of ingenuity, you can get in contact with somebody that can help these animals. But if it's something simple like, hey, let's move this turtle across the road so she doesn't get hit by a car, you can do that yourself. I've done that with snakes a bunch of times. I have yet to do that with a turtle. I've not spent enough time in the eastern United States to have seen many turtles in the wild. In fact, it's kind of nuts. Nearly every turtle that I've seen in the wild has been a sea turtle at this point. Yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Gamers Tavern Show. Yeah. Well, what's funny is that turtles, they are more personable and more clever than I think a lot of people realize. They can recognize individual people. Like, if someone has been really kind to them and spent some time with them, they will recognize that person. And sometimes they'll come running when they see that person approach. It's all in that book. Again, I recommend it. Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. And Nice, Dave Nevius. Yeah. Now, we have the same thing here in the San Francisco Bay Area. In fact, I need to look this up this year. We have this annual salamander migration in the Berkeley Hills. Because, of course, I am broadcasting to you live from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Gorgeous coastal California. And just over there in Berkeley is a huge population of salamanders that live up in the hills. I'm not sure if I'm going to go to... This is New York, New Jersey. Well, here's an example from New Jersey. They do the same thing here in California. But check this out.
It's just 12 feet from here to here, but if a line that long separated you from everything you need to live, you might do this. I'll say it. Why did the spotted salamander cross the road? To survive. And as the road sign says, this central Jersey township understands that so well, it shuts down this road for the amphibians. Hundreds of the salamanders hibernate on one side of Beekman Road in East Brunswick, and then, when the weather feels like early spring,
they wake up and they say, oh, it's time to go to the pool.
Conservationist Lidi Haramadi talks about this pool, called a vernal pool, a natural shallow pond that's deepest in spring, and salamanders mate and lay eggs here. Then the pool dries out in the warmest months.
The advantage of doing all that in a pool that dries in the summer is there are no fish that are predators of the tadpoles.
Right, salamanders lay big bunches of eggs like frogs do. And just like frogs,
jelly-like eggs.
The eggs turn into tadpoles. But none of it happens without...
So that's actually a really important point. A lot of people look at salamanders and they go, oh, it looks like a lizard, right? They're not related to lizards. They're much more closely related to frogs than they are to lizards. Go to our Tree of Life again real quick and I'll show you this. Let's go to the amniotes. So amniotes are the reptiles and mammals. These are critters that ancestrally laid hard-shelled eggs on land, or at least they didn't have jelly-like eggs. The first mammals laid eggs just like... There we go. I don't know if that's actually a picture of a platypus. Hard to find. Anyway. So mammals and reptiles ancestrally laid eggs on land. They are amniotes. Amphibians over here do not. They have soft, jelly-like eggs that they have to lay in a moist environment. Some of them also give birth to live young, but if they're going to lay eggs, they're going to be soft and squishy. They don't have like a shell on the eggs. So that's frogs, salamanders, caecilians, and other critters. Anyway, salamanders belong to this group. They have soft, jelly-like eggs.
Tadpoles.
Right, salamanders lay big bunches of eggs like frogs do. And just like frogs, the eggs turn into tadpoles. But none of it happens without the salamanders making the crucial 75-yard journey to get here.
They've been doing this for thousands of years.
But about
thousands of years. Tried hundreds of millions. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the distance between San Francisco and New York City is at least 5 miles. Yeah. Not wrong, though, says Digital Alchemy. I mean, sure. The distance between San Francisco and New York City is multiple miles. It's true.
100 years ago, the town built Beekman Road right through the salamanders' territory. 20 years ago, a local biologist asked the township to close the road in the evenings and overnight.
It's government just like working for the people.
And amphibians, says the township.
They're residents too, right? They all live here.
So do many humans.
People come from all over the state to watch this beautiful migration that's happening right in our backyard.
One aspect, though, some find a little concerning. Every year, the first day of the spring-like conditions keeps moving earlier and earlier on the calendar. But that actually shows why closing this road near this wetland is as important as ever, because climate change can increase at least one kind of local nuisance.
What breeds in water in the spring? Mosquitoes.
Yep.
Who eats mosquitoes? Tadpoles.
Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. By saving these salamanders, making sure they're not getting squished by Ford F-950s running up the road, you're helping reduce the local mosquito population and reduce your risk of getting, say, West Nile virus, you know? When we take care of nature, it takes care of us. It's cool how that works, you know? Yeah. I think she's talking about that specific pond. I'm sure that pond hasn't been there for thousands of years, but yeah. Ponds are usually much more ephemeral, especially like vernal pools. Yeah, and Casey says nature is a delicate balance. We forget how much we need animals to help regulate our lives. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Anyway, good to see you, Casey. By the way, I gave you a shout out a few minutes ago. I don't know if you were here, but we did an image search for Scelidosaurus. And guess what popped up? One of your paintings there, Casey. That's a good one too. I love that style. Yeah, right there, front page, Google Images. Good stuff. Yeah, and this is after I blocked a couple of. There was an Adobe stock image that was like this garbage, it's just complete dog water AI generated trash, and so that. Oh boy, and then I see this and suddenly I'm happy again. Thank you for that, Casey. Yeah. Anywho, hopefully people like these stickers too. Oh, very cool, Casey, yeah. By the way, somebody who was on my crew in Utah last week, she will be attending the, what's it called? It's not Comic-Con in Salt Lake, it's a different thing. But in that same vein, she's going to be going to that, and I told her she should look for your booth if you're going to be there. Yeah. Yeah, Fan X, that's right. So I'll send her a text when it draws closer, because I think it's at the end of September, right? Yeah. Cool. Anywho, and Lurid Rural Juror. Oh, let's go over that real quick. Yeah. Our Tree of Life here. Here's the amphibians. Like I was just showing off. Let's go back to... Well, let's just zoom out a little bit. There's the tetrapods. Lungfishes and tetrapods. Bony vertebrates. That snakes are like the newest member of the evolved family. No, so snakes are a kind of squamate. They're over here. They're kind of reptile. Squamates are lizards, and snakes are actually a kind of lizard. So, Episquamata. Here's where the snakes start, I believe. Yeah. So you've got other lizards over here, like iguanas and agamas. Snakes, I believe, start right here. I think everything from this group on is a snake. Although that's funny. What the heck? They have mosasaurs here? We don't know that this is where mosasaurs belong. That's really funny. Cladistes and Platycarpus are mosasaurs. What the heck? Anyway, here's snakes. Yeah. Serpentes. So snakes are... call them a derived kind of lizard. It just means that they diverge later on. if we were to use old-timey language, we would say that snakes are an advanced kind of lizard. But advanced, it almost carries with it like a value judgment. So, as modern scientists, we don't like to use that term as much anymore. We will say derived or late diverging. So if we're going to go back to the base of the lizard family tree, we've got some early diverging lizards. Mexican blind lizards, blind skinks, etc. We've got these ones that branch off earlier. Geckos branch off pretty early. But yeah. And Gecko's really successful group, by the way. Over 1,000 species, almost 2,000 species of gecko. Highly speciose. Really, they've done quite well for themselves in terms of diversity. Yeah. Geckos branched off early because they just love branches. There you go. That's exactly a reason why, Reiko. Yeah. Yeah. And Reiko says, yeah, when we say advanced versus primitive, it implies a hierarchy that nature doesn't, in fact, have, for sure. Exactly, Reiko. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So, cool stuff. One of the neat things about this tree as well is that... Here. Let's go to the common snapping turtle here. Calidra serpentis, right? There's a Calidra serpentina. There we go. We can draw a line between the common snapping turtle and say ourselves, Homo sapiens. And we can find the last common ancestor, or we can find the divergence point, basically. So blue going to the snapping turtle, pink going to us. We are over here. And so, at what point did our two lineages diverge? It was about 320 million years ago, during the Carboniferous period, during the rise of the amniotes. These are critters who lay eggs on land. So this was an interesting... it's an interesting development. When the amniotes came up onto land, this is kind of what allowed them to conquer terrestrial environments. Amphibians you'll typically find near water. So frogs, salamanders, their relatives, generally they're found near water. There's a few like desert toads and critters like that, but they found interesting ways to keep from drying out in like a desert environment. But if you're going to make your way all the way into the continental interior and not be tied to water much at all for reproduction, you've got to develop some sort of adaptation for reproduction. So a shelled egg was the big thing for the amniotes. So yeah. We might watch a video about that real quick just for fun. Yeah. And there you go, cold drinks. And what term do scientists today use for things like the fact that a dolphin brain is more intricate than, say, a goldfish brain? We would just say that it's more complex. Yeah. But advanced versus primitive, these are kind of loosey-goosey terms. They're not particularly scientific. They kind of imply that one is better than the other necessarily, when that's not necessarily the case. They're different. And a goldfish would not do well to have a dolphin's brain. It just would not work well for that animal. They're adapted to different environments, different circumstances. Yeah. Does that make sense? It's like... I'm trying to think of an example. Think about a person with a hang glider versus a housefly. if it's your job, your evolutionary niche, to go eat rotting fruit, a housefly is going to be much better at that than a person with a hang glider. Maybe this is not a good analogy, but, you know, this is clearly more advanced. A person has a much more complex brain, but it's not going to work as well for that task, you know? Just because something is more complex, more advanced, does not necessarily mean that it's better, you know? Sometimes simplicity is the superior kind of mode to take, you know? So yeah. Anyhow. And there you go, Cold Drink. And Charlie's Dragon makes an excellent point, as usual. A shovel is a good tool for digging. A computer is a more advanced tool. It's not much good for digging. This is true, Charlie's Dragon. This is true. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's talk about amniotes real quick. Because, well, why not? The amniotic egg. Because this is one of these things that this video is kind of a mixed bag. It explains it well, but I hate the animations in it, as you'll probably see why.
Would you believe that walruses, rattlesnakes, and parakeets all once lived in the same house?
Well, is this a joke about, like, the natural history collections in Paris or something like that? No, all three of these critters are amniotes. I don't know why they include a house. What? Yeah, already, you know, we have problems with this. But the information in here is good. And it doesn't look like a parakeet. Yeah, you're right, Petrodactylus. Yeah.
Let's go back about 350 million years. Look around. Steamy swamps and rainforests of horsetails and ferns cover the region. Amphibians are the dominant land vertebrates. They range in size from newts to crocodiles, and all require water to do their egg laying. If they don't go to the water, their shell-less, jelly-like eggs will dry out.
So this is like the salamanders we saw earlier in New Jersey. Same ones, the salamanders we have up here in the Berkeley Hills. They also rely upon water to be able to reproduce. They need a wet place to lay their eggs so they don't dry out. This limits where they can go on the landscape. They have to be near water.
Because of this hazard, they spend most of their time living in or near fresh water. That is, until...
Drinking out of bowling balls? Again, and what is this? This looks more like a lizard than it does an amphibian. It has lips.
Until a breakthrough in evolution changes everything. The amniotic egg.
Yep.
The amniotic egg is shelled, waterproof, and can be laid on dry land. It is produced by the amniotes.
What is this creature? I hate these animations.
A new group of animals named after their revolutionary egg. The first amniote is a tetrapod, a four-legged animal, resembling a small lizard. While some amphibians...
So those critters would have looked a lot like, is it Hylonomus? Yeah. So it would have looked a lot like this. This is not a lizard. I want to make that very clear. Not a lizard. This is one of the very first of the amniotic tetrapods, one of the first amniotes. This is tens of millions of years before the first lizard evolved. In fact, I think about 100 million years before the first true lizard evolved. Sure, it looks like a lizard, but it's got a completely different skull. Its limbs work in a different way. It's very much not a lizard. Even though you might look at it and go, dude, that looks like a lizard. Trust me, this is not a lizard. Hylonomus is not a lizard. Early possible amniote. So we think that they probably laid shelled eggs on land, but we're not totally sure. But yeah. Anyhow, I wish they could have made it look like that instead of like this. Ugh.
Can walk around on land and bury their eggs in wet soil or highly humid areas, nothing before the amniotes has the ability to lay its eggs on completely dry land. Because of this evolved egg, the amniotes are the first animals with the ability to live a fully terrestrial life. But despite their move inland, the amniotes have not abandoned their pond-dwelling upbringing.
Dragon, yeah.
In fact, the amniotic egg brings the pond with them by enclosing the aquatic environment within its shell. This is achieved by 4 main upgrades that are unique to amniotic eggs.
And we still, as mammals, placental mammals, we still have these structures internal to our bodies today. Like, inside the womb of a mammal, you've still got the same stuff going on.
Take a closer look. The first development is the most obvious, the egg's protective shell. It's tough but flexible and has a leathery surface still seen in some reptile eggs today.
Yeah, like sea turtles still lay eggs that are leathery like that. So do snakes and many lizards.
The shell protects the eggs from predators, bacteria, damage, and drying out. But unlike the walls of a fish tank, the shell of the amniotic egg is porous, allowing oxygen to pass through so that the growing amniote inside doesn't suffocate. The next 2 developments are 2 separate membranes that work together like a pair of lungs. They bring oxygen into the embryo while removing carbon dioxide. The first is the chorion, which is the protective layer that oxygen passes through after entering the shell's tiny pores. You may recognize the chorion as the thin skin you peel away on a hard-boiled egg. Think of this waterproof membrane as the in and outdoors of the egg. It's the entrance for oxygen and exit for carbon dioxide. The membrane working with the chorion is the allantois. If the chorion is the doors, then the allantois is essentially the lobby of the building. It directs the oxygen and carbon dioxide while simultaneously storing unneeded waste from the embryo. The chorion and the allantois make sure the embryo has everything it needs and gets...
A chicken. Nordman0428, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
...rid of anything it doesn't.
Yeah.
The last and perhaps the most important development is the amnion, the membrane for which the egg is named. The amnion is also contained within the chorion and holds the fluid in which the embryo floats.
So anyway, all of these adaptations, all of these features work together to make it so that amniotes can lay their eggs on dry land without them drying up.
Because it has left the watery world of the amphibians, the amnion is necessary for preventing the embryo from drying out. It is the transportable pond that allows the amniote to lay the egg on dry land. Its fluid also protects the embryo from any collisions or rough landings, like a shock absorber on your bike or car. Together, the shell and these 4 membranes create a safe, watery environment for the embryo to grow and develop. The new amniote offspring will continue the process of vertebrate evolution as it explores new land away from the water. They will spend the next 1,000,000 years splitting into 2 distinct groups, the synapsids and sauropsids. Synapsida is the group of animals that contain mammals, while Sauropsida is the group that contains reptiles, birds, and dinosaurs. These 2 amniotic groups collectively contain the walruses, rattlesnakes, and parakeets we know today. Like a family reunion with relatives of every shape and size coming together from different corners of the earth, these animals can all call one place home, the amniotic egg.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Here is a link to that right here. So, amniotes. This is where snapping turtles and humans last shared a common ancestor, is at the base of Amniota. There was a species that came up onto land, probably would have looked a lot like this, like little Hylonomus. From this, you had all of the reptiles and birds. Oh, birds were kind of reptile. All of the reptiles and mammals evolve. Mammals, reptiles, they are both amniotes. Are we on the same page? Cool stuff, right, Dirterbust? Yeah. Yeah. And Prince Nerdus says humans technically start as an egg too. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so when mammals developed that kind of like placental strategy for live birth, all that egg stuff is still happening internally. It's pretty neat how that works. Anywho, we can get more into that later if you would like to, but I've got to start jumping into our fossil news for the day. First, let's quickly check on our 3D print. Excellent. I'm printing more of our Diabloceratops skull. Started this yesterday. There we go. It's going to look much like this when it's done. Here's the Rob Gaston cast of this critter. Here's the actual skull, which I've worked with at the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake City. But that's going to be really nice to have here in the office. I am stoked about this. Anywho, and Cho Sportful says water breaking. Yep, yeah. That's that internal fluid, like you have an amniotic egg, I think. And Amelia Violette says, where are frogs on the tree? They are further down. So frogs are not an amniote. We got to go further back in time. Frogs are a kind of tetrapod, but they're a kind of lys amphibian. So frogs are part of this clade here. They're part of Batrachia in particular, which is the salamanders and frogs together. So frogs do not have an amniotic egg. That's kind of what prompted this whole discussion in the first place. Only the mammals and the reptiles have an amniotic egg. Amphibians, like frogs, have soft, squishy, jelly-like eggs that need moisture in order to be able to survive. Yeah. And what are the dimensions on the skull print? I'm printing it life-size. Rogues do it better, which is going to be... it's going to be a decent size. Let's see. Trying to find one with a person for scale. There's the original skull there in Salt Lake, in the collections there. Here we go. Oh, this is lovely. Here is Jim and Dawn a few years ago with the skull. So it's... oh boy, what am I getting myself into? It's going to be big. It's going to be big. But I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. Those horns at the top of the frill there, the parietal horns. I've got the left one right here. So that'll give you some sense of scale, I hope. Like this. That is these horns there in the back. So yeah, it's going to be decent size. It will be a nice addition to the office here. We put it up in the background, but it's gonna be big. It's gonna take up much of the wall. But I'm looking forward to it. Again, if you were watching while we were in the field for the past 3 weeks, hopefully you got to know Utah's assistant state paleontologist Don DeBlue. Don discovered Diabloceratops. This is his baby. And he and Jim published the paper describing it back in 2010? When was that? But it's cool just how popular this dinosaur has become. There we go, yeah, 2010. Kirkland and DeBlue, 2010. It's cool how popular this animal has become since then. Where, you know, folks love this dinosaur. Partly because of the name and partly because it looks cool. It's kind of the perfect storm. People love Diabloceratops, which is neat. It's funny, we've had a few people show up. Shoot, they even have a Funko Pop Diabloceratops? Oh boy. That's goofy looking. Why are the nasal horns and the jugal horns a different color than the brow horns or the epis? I don't get that. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, we've had people show up in the chat like, hey, it's my first time here. My favorite dinosaur is Diabloceratops. And like, I remember reading this out and Dawn was right there. I'm like, Dawn, new first-time chatter, their favorite dinosaur is the one that you discovered. It's pretty cool. Anyhow, yeah. Horn polish. There you go, Casey. Yeah. Yeah. And is that an official? That's a good question, Mothproof KT. I'm not sure. Hang on. No, I think that's real. Holy cow, $35. It might cost me less than that to print a life-size skull of Diabloceratops. Although we'll see, it's gonna be a lot of filament. Anyway, we'll be assembling more parts of this later on today, or maybe tomorrow, depending on if we have time to do this later. But, like this. I'm printing the part that goes in between here right now at the moment for, hang on. No, this is left side. So it's gonna be like this. There we go. Yeah, this part that goes in between here is currently printing. Should be done in a few hours. And then, if we have time, we'll assemble it on stream today or maybe tomorrow. Anyhow, yeah. Well, without further ado, let's get into some of our new dinosaurs. There have been 6 new dinosaur genera published while I was away in the field in Utah. 6 of them. And we're going to see how many we can get through today. Hopefully all 6. So without further ado, it's time for some fossil news. Our first story tonight. Paleontologists discover new species of titanosaur in Uruguay. It is an Aeoliosaurine titanosaur, a pair of remarkably well-preserved tail bones unearthed in the 1980s in the Uruguay River. So, do we only... Is it just a couple of caudals from here? Interesting. Let's jump in. Mesetasaurus protector, cool name, lived in what is now Uruguay between 86 and 72 million years ago in the late Cretaceous. Oh boy, is my time scale not working anymore? It's so frustrating. This was such a good tool. Time scale. Crimedy. That's such a shame. This was such a nice tool to use. I don't know why they got rid of it. Oh well. Anyway, this used to be so nice because you could just scroll down and it was really intuitive, but... Anyway, Upper Cretaceous, between 72 and, what was it, 86 million years ago? So they don't have a really good handle on when exactly in the Cretaceous this critter lived. They don't have good strat on it. So anywhere from the latest Campanian through, I guess, the end of the Coniacian. Yeah. This new species is a member of the group of titanosaurian sauropod dinosaurs, known as the Aeolianasaurini, a lineage that flourished across South America during the final chapters of the Cretaceous. This is the most abundant and diverse sauropod clade during the late Cretaceous. There's so many titanosaurs from South America in the late Cretaceous. A lot of folks think that they're probably oversplit. Like, surely there were a ton of different species, but many of the ones that have already been named might not be valid. Anywho. So for this critter, the particular morphology of their caudal vertebrae makes them easily recognizable and could lead to them being used as a biostratigraphic proxy. And that is really interesting. I remember looking at this for the first time and being like, that's neat. Biostratigraphy is something that we talked about this summer quite a bit. But that is where you can use fossils to be able to tell time. So by carefully studying the fossils found in different rock layers, if you know that certain fossils, certain organisms only lived for a brief amount of geological time, then if you find those fossils, you know that you're looking at rocks from that time. There's ways to cross-check this with magnetostrat, with chemical stratigraphy, with direct dating, with all kinds of stuff. But typically, biostrat only works for animals that are fairly common. So like shells of invertebrates, like bivalves and ammonites and things like that. Trilobites, corals. These are good things for biostrat because they tend to be fairly common. They're fairly short-lived. The idea that you could use dinosaur fossils for this, dinosaurs which tend to be more rare, it's kind of a newish idea. But it turns out that if you really understand well the times at which different dinosaurs lived, you get a handle on what is their lifespan for certain morphologies. You can use that as a biostratigraphic marker. So it's really cool that they put that right here in the press release. Could lead to them being used as a biostratigraphic proxy. The two tail vertebrae of Mesetasaurus protector were collected in the 1980s at the site of Meseta de Artigas of the Guichon Formation in northern Uruguay's Paysandú department. Collected in the 80s. So it's been maybe 40 years since this thing was first dug up. Remember I said this yesterday? That when we're going over these new dinosaurs that have been published, pay close attention to when they were first discovered, how long it's been until just now that they've been published. Here we're dealing with 4 decades. It's not uncommon. Yeah. Anywho. And Cacklin's Wurf, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says that's why it's important to keep fossils in museums for future study. Exactly. Yeah. And Cacklin's Wurf, voice is a bit soft. Is that the same for everybody? It might just be this particular song too. I don't know, some of them are louder than others. Anyhow. Specimens were found lying close together in a small exposure of reddish sandstone, suggesting they belonged to a single individual. Specimens are among the best preserved sauropod vertebrae known in Uruguay. So they compared it to lots of other titanosaurs, a big old phylogeny. The analysis placed the animal deep within Aeolianasaurini, alongside its relatives such as Aeolosaurus and Arutatitan from Argentina and Brazil. The discovery indicates that multiple lineages of giant herbivorous dinosaurs inhabited what is now Uruguay during the late Cretaceous rather than a single isolated population. So we've got a bunch of different species that all seem to be coeval, is what they're saying, living at the same time in the same place.
Big Daddy, I dig you.
Mesetasaurus protector is the second species of sauropod from Uruguay, belonging to a different titanosaur lineage than the saltosauroid Udalaratitan. I remember talking about this critter when it came out. In 2024, yeah. Nice. This is the second record of the Eolinosaurini and Uruguay, besides a caudal vertebra from the latest Cretaceous referred to Aeolosaurus. So this is in the journal Amegiana. I'll give you a link to the press release here. I don't think the fully formatted paper has come out yet. What we've got here is like a preprint kind of deal. Where is that? Here we go. Put the link right here. Yeah. Anyhow. And Casey says, I do wonder about how confident you can be about it being a new species when you only have so few bones, not any super diagnostic ones. But I probably just don't know enough about sauropods. I mean, I do know people who would be unhappy to be an author on a paper when they're describing something from such scant material. But I think this is only the second dinosaur named from Uruguay. And honestly, I don't think they have good stratigraphy on this critter, so they don't know exactly how old it is. Like how long ago it lived. So that makes things even trickier. But, yeah. This paper is not formatted yet. So hopefully we have the figures at the bottom. That's often how these things go. There we go. So yeah, there's a caudal centrum right there. So this is one of the tail vertebrae. This is like the main vertebral body. And it looks like it's missing the neural spines and stuff. Is what looks like Amphicoelus, if that is the front. But yeah, at least here they can compare it to the caudal vertebrae of other titanosaurs. And these can be, they're not the most diagnostic bone, but you can at least tell some things from it, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, that's honestly a little disappointing. But this is all we've got. Just 2 tail vertebrae. You'd hope for more. But yeah. And Squiggle says, I'm a layman, I have no idea what I'm looking at. So this is a vertebra, the backbones from the tail. So the caudal vertebrae are the bones in the tail like this. The big round part at the bottom under that hole is called the centrum. The hole is called the neural canal. That's what the spinal cord runs through. So that's what you're looking at here, is that caudal centrum. These link together and they form the tail like that. You've got the neural spines on top and the caudal chevrons hanging down below. But up here in the middle, those spool-shaped things, or shaped like hockey pucks, or whatever you want to say, those are the centra. Each one is a centrum. And that's what you're looking at here. That's the centrum right there. The neural spine and the neural canal, all that stuff is broken off, but there's at least the centrum. Does that make sense? Yeah. Here's a drawing of that right here. What is it? Front and back. And then here's where the zygapophyses and the neural canal and the neural spine are all broken off. There's just stubs right there. Yeah. Mesetasaurus. It's cool that Uruguay has a new dinosaur. Yeah. And we've already got some art of it. This was with the press release, which is neat. I particularly like the plants here. There's some cycads right there, just like I have in my office right here. This thing that looks like a cross between a palm and a pine and a fern. It's called a cycad. These were some really common, one might say dominant plants during the age of dinosaurs. And there's a monkey puzzle tree up there, which you still have in this part of the world. Araucaria is the genus for the monkey puzzle tree. It is the national tree of Chile, and I think maybe also the national tree of Argentina. I always forget. But they kind of fight over this, Chile and Argentina. They both want to claim the monkey puzzle tree. But yeah, they've been around since the Cretaceous, since the Jurassic, really. So yeah, need to have those there in that illustration. And do we have a video about this? Well, well, well. And Cackling Surf, is there anything they don't fight over? That's a good question. Ciencia, tecnología, emprendedurismo, desarrollo, desayuno, almuerzo. Ciencias.
Researchers from the Faculty of Science at the University of the Republic have discovered a new species of giant dinosaur that inhabited our territory about 80 million years ago, which they...
This is a little creepy, the whole auto-dubbing thing, but... I don't know. We'll try it out.
...named Mesetasaurus protector. And Lucia now tells us more details.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Thank you, Schmeng, for the 5 gift subs there.
Are leading this expedition.
Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Phenomenal. We're now a quarter of the way to our sub goal. Thank you, Schmeng, for your support. 5 lucky chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Excellent. Really appreciate that, Schmeng.
Exactly, Ro. This unique discovery was announced...
Here, I want to hear these people's actual voices. You know, nuts to this whole auto-dub thing. How do we, change that? Can you change it? Auto-dubbed. Hang on. Apparently you can't. I guess you used to be able to, but not anymore. Anyway, whatever.
Forest protector. And Lucia now tells us more details. Lu. Exactly, Ro. This unique discovery was announced just a few days ago and was based on the analysis of 2 tail vertebrae that were found in the 1980s. In other words, it is not a recent find, but it was studied in the last year, allowing us to determine exactly what it was. They were found by chance by 2 fishermen who noticed fossil remains after an excavator passed through the Gichon Formation. We are talking about the area in the vicinity of the Artigas Plateau in the department of Paysandú in the Paysandú. One of the...
people are saying that you can change it. Annotations, audio track. Oh, Spanish original. Okay, shoot. And let's get subtitles in English, if at all possible.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science. I'll tweet here on Twitch.
Thank you for the 500 bits,
Welcome home,
Dinosaur
Danny.
Dave.
Don't
Appreciate
forget to
that.
give Dinergy USA a go at some point. It's
Thank you.
like
Yes.
Wordle but for dinosaurs. I found it on Reddit and have been playing it for a couple weeks.
Oh,
It does
interesting.
dinosaurs, Flying reptiles and marine reptiles separately.
Oh, cool.
Test yourself laughing face.
Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you, thank you. I didn't realize, I thought you made this. Oh. I'm a little bit less excited about it now that I thought you made it. Shoot. But anyway, that's cool. We'll see if we have time for that today. Remind me maybe tomorrow and we might jump into it. But yeah. Let's try this again.
Máquina retroexcavadora. En la formación Guichón estamos hablando en las inmediaciones de la meseta de Artigas en el departamento de
Near the Artigas Plateau in the department of Paysandú. One of the pieces ended up in the Liceo de Barros Blancos and Canelones, while the other remained in the hands of a private individual. It was only in 2024 that paleontologists gained access to these pieces, which, as I mentioned, were two vertebrae from the tail of a dinosaur. And they then began to reconstruct this kind of puzzle to see what they would find. Daniel Perea, who has a doctorate in paleontology and biology, and is a paleontologist at the University of the Republic's Faculty of Sciences, was one of the scientists in charge of analyzing these vertebrae, and tells us how they realized in this process that it was a new species. He says dinosaurs here in Uruguay have been studied in depth for about 20 years. And the Department of Paysandú in particular can be considered dinosaur country because it has yielded the best remains in terms of preserved material, right? Here, I feel like this is more distracting with me just reading it out, so we're going to go back to the auto dub, I think. Yeah.
Plateau. We had been working there for years, looking for materials, and we didn't find anything being king. And, well, other people had more luck. There were two gentlemen who were fishing there, local residents from Barros Blancos, here in Canelones, who were up there in Paysandú, fishing in the Uruguay River next to the Artigas Plateau. Suddenly...
And I like, there's the two bones right there. So, you know, not a ton of material, but it makes me really happy that they're making such a big deal out of this, though. What's kind of crazy is that you can have, like, a gorgeous skeleton of a new dinosaur discovered here in the U.S., and, you know, it could be a brand new species, new genus, really important scientifically, and it will not get nearly this kind of media attention. Like, they're doing something right down there in Uruguay. Clearly there's some tremendous local pride here. They really want to show this off, even though it is just two, you know, scrunched up caudal vertebrae. I hope this inspires other people in that country to get involved with paleontology and help unearth and celebrate the region's paleontological heritage. This is what we should be doing here in the U.S., making a big deal out of new paleontological discoveries, and it's, for the most part, not happening, you know?
A piece of heavy machinery passed by making a road, and when the excavator dug a ditch in the bank, they saw these materials, these two vertebrae, and they caught their attention. So they picked them up, and later on they let us know. They notified the Barros Blancos High School, they notified us, and then kindly donated them. The gentlemen are Daniel Montano and Guillermo Sina.
Good for them. Awesome.
As I was telling you at the beginning, the experts named this new species Mesetasaurus, a reference to the geographical location of the find, and included the term protector to honor the hero of the Republic, José Gervasio Artigas, since the second monument erected in his name here in Uruguay is located there. And as researcher Matias Soto explained, the animal belonged to the titanosaurs, a group of long-necked quadrupedal herbivores very similar to the ones you see behind me, which were distinguished by having tails that tilted forward, a feature not very common in this species.
Tilted forward. I don't know what she means by that. I mean, sometimes they do have kind of a downward curve to their anterior caudal vertebrae. I wonder if that's what she's referring to there.
And thanks to comparative anatomy with other types of these animals, scientists estimate it had an average length of between 9 and 10 meters, similar to the size of a bus. It's
Anyway, that downward curve to the tail. Let's see. And with some of these guys, there is kind of like a downward kink to the tail. At least I know that's been suggested for diplodocid sauropods, kind of like Seismosaurus, now known as Diplodocus halorum. But I'm not finding an illustration of that here. Anyway, just kind of a downward kink at the base of the tail. Oh, Sweetie Pie, you're standing on the keyboard. Goodness. Here we go, like this. Yeah. So just a slight downward kink to the tail like that. That might be what she's referring to. I'm not totally sure.
Classification as a unique species was possible thanks to an unusual concavity, a kind of hollow that these vertebrae have located on the back. This is how Soto explained it.
The name we coined is Mesetasaurus, which means reptile of the plateau, because it was found on the Artigas Plateau. And the species name Protector honors our hero, who was named, as you may know, Protector of the Free Peoples, which seemed nice to us because it was right there, meters away from the bust, looking toward the Federal League.
That's really
this
cool.
Seemed like a nice way to honor the hero, who already had a giant rodent, named after him, but not a dinosaur, let's say. This vertebrate was found in the 80s, I'm not sure if we mentioned that in our talk. And since the 80s, due to climate change and other factors...
Yeah, so there we go. They're saying that it has a downward kink to the tail, just like I told you. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I wonder if that's taphonomic, though, because that's the thing. They only have 2 vertebrae here. And so if one of them is kind of shaped like this, it would, you know, imply that maybe there is a downward kink to the tail. That could be individual variation. It could be taphonomic. It could be an injury. I wonder what the deal is there. But yeah. Yeah.
The amount of vegetation and the places where the rock used to be exposed makes it very difficult. Why are so many dinosaurs found in Argentina? Because if you go to Patagonia or San Juan with all the aridity, there is so much exposed rock that the fossils are just visible. I'm not trying to take credit away from them, but here you have to go into the field and with the crops, pastures and what else? Eucalyptus trees. Good luck finding a bone. If you don't see the rock, you won't see the bone. That's why we sometimes depend so much on the creation of a reservoir, road clearing, or those kinds of works.
Good stuff. Yeah.
And this discovery is not the first. It is the second dinosaur found in our country, Nien. That is why we said it is the second native dinosaur from our territory, and it allows us to a certain extent to redate the Gichon Formation, which precisely confirms the era it belongs to, which is the Cretaceous. Furthermore, the statistical and
I love that this is just on like a local news channel. And she's really going into the weeds, talking about this new discovery, why it's important. This is like a zillion times better than American news. You know, we're like, oh, well, they found a new dinosaur, and it's not a T-Rex, but we were going to say that it's similar to T-Rex. It's like, no, that's garbage. Like here, they actually have footage of the researchers talking about this new discovery. Like, they're talking about stuff that wasn't even in the press release that we read. This is really in-depth. I'm thoroughly impressed here.
Analysis of this species allows us to link the prehistoric ecosystems of our territory with the geological formations in Argentine Patagonia, which in turn opens lines of research into how these species migrated and interacted in these regions of the southern cone. Let's hear from Perea again.
Uruguay, in particular, is a country that, despite being small, has a very rich paleontological record because it has fossils ranging from thousands of millions of years old to more modern ones that are only thousands of
So when he says thousands of millions, it's billions. So it's probably like a weird direct translation there.
years old. They encountered a succession of sedimentary rocks with a very interesting and well-recorded fauna, flora, and biota, right? That could also be a matter of chance because the political borders of the country just happen to align with how the fossil-bearing rocks are distributed. It is a matter of chance, isn't it? Well, we were lucky. There are other countries that are luckier than us. Argentina has formidable dinosaurs that we do not have.
Yeah.
Well,
but they've
we
got
have
a lot
other
more
fossils
badlands.
that Argentina might not have, and that is how it goes all over the world.
Well said. I love that you can feel the local pride there. They're like, yeah, Argentina has a lot of dinosaurs. We've got to work really hard for our dinosaurs, We have jungles and forests and croplands and stuff like that. Uruguay. It's not really the sort of place where you would expect to find dinosaur fossils. DS Koopa, hey, thank you for raiding in. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Army of 296 chickens.
Really appreciate the raid, DS Koopa. How was your stream? It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Holy cow. Jolie, how are you doing? Hello. If it's anyone's first time here, and I'm sure it's somebody's first time, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Just got back from fieldwork in Utah, where I was out in the desert digging up dinosaurs for 3 weeks, and we were streaming that. Yeah. King of Apoc says, I met you at TwitchCon. Well. Good to see you again. Welcome to my channel. It's good to have you here. And Chaos for Hire. I like that name. For Hire. First time here? Welcome. For you and any other first time people, play a quick little channel trailer video for you to introduce you to what we're all about here. There we go. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils. Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs. A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. Welcome. We are going over 6 brand new dinosaurs that were published while I was out in the field in Utah. If you'd like to actually see some of those broadcasts from when I was in the field, you can check out the VODs or go to the YouTube page. Utah fieldwork, and then prior to that, fieldwork in Montana, and prior to that, fieldwork in Wyoming. I've spent 7 weeks in the field so far in 2026. 8 if you count leatherback turtle fieldwork in Florida. But here's a link to the VODs on YouTube if you'd like to see. Anyhow, and live dinosaur digs. I mean, we're digging up the dinosaurs live. And there are living dinosaurs flying around, birds. We'll be talking about that today too, how birds themselves are living dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs still around today are birds. But yeah, anywho. We were just finishing up watching a little auto-dubbed video about a brand new dinosaur from Uruguay that was published recently. That is this critter. Mesetasaurus. Right? Nope, hang on. This is the wrong one. There we go. Yeah. Mesetasaurus protector. Lovely name. Anyway.
Undoubtedly, this discovery also sets a precedent due to the importance of these researchers and their role at the Faculty of Science.
Die_influencer
tells me
rate
you're
and
one of
their
these,
10 raiders
one
would
of these
also like to
archaeologists
dig
fellas.
deeper.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
D-Influencer YT, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Is it D-Influencer or Die-Influencer? Yeah. The Bart. The. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And hang on. Oh man, you're giving me an excuse to play that video there. Who is, hang on, where did that go? Somebody said that doesn't seem very scary, more like a 6-foot turkey. And do we have to play the 6-foot turkey video now? I think we have to. Hang tight. I'm gonna skip through the countdown and we'll just jump to it. You ready? Let's do it.
Shoot the radar into the ground and the bone bounces the image back. Bounces it back. This new program's incredible. A few more years development and we won't even have to dig anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
It's a little distorted, but I don't think it's a computer.
Oh. Postmortem contraction of the posterior neck ligaments. Velociraptor?
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5-6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary...
What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not machine compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones in the wrist. It's no wonder these guys learn how to fly.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey, huh?
Turkey.
Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
Look at the pubic bone, turned backward, just like a bird. Look at the vertebrae, full of air sacs and hollows,
More
just
like
like a bird.
6-foot turkey. Turkey.
Six-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
There you go. Warsaw Wonder, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Tilda Green says, is this a game? No. It's a paleontology live stream. Welcome, welcome, Tilda. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back into what we were talking about. We've got a brand new dinosaur from Uruguay, the first of 6 that we're supposed to cover today. Mesetasaurus protector. Let's finish out that video here, and we'll move in over.
We were able to speak with the dean, the virologist Juan Cristina, dean of the Faculty of Science, who highlighted why these types of findings are fundamental in making the vestiges and history of the national territory known.
So people can understand why we invest in these studies, because when you discover these new things, you also learn to understand what your country is like, what the geological strata are, and what is in them. And that is precisely what can then lead to taking measures, as the more you know, the better you can protect the wealth of the strata beyond just the specific dinosaur, which can evidently have an impact on conservation, industry, and the discovery of everything else that is there along with the dinosaur. So this is a step forward in learning many more things about our national territory that we did not know before.
Dr. Hub says paleontology as patriotism. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Like when you can say, hey, this is really important because we're learning about the ancient past of our nation. And I bet you he'll say something too about getting young people interested in science, because that is crucially important as well. You know, I hear this sometimes from people like, well, you know, paleontology, that's interesting, but, you know, it'll never cure cancer or anything. And I say, not so fast. It very well might. Maybe not in a direct way, but if we as paleontologists are making these discoveries, finding, for instance, new dinosaur species, and then sharing that with the world, you know who often gets really interested in dinosaurs and might be fascinated by a new dinosaur species? Kids. And when kids get really interested in dinosaurs, they're learning to become interested in science. I've talked with so many different people in different knowledge fields. Scientists, engineers, medical doctors, inventors, philosophers, librarians, historians. People who say, hey, that's really cool that you're a paleontologist. I was obsessed with dinosaurs when I was like 5 years old, and that's how I first got interested in learning in the first place. For so many people, that is their introduction to learning, is dinosaurs. And if there ever is a cure for cancer discovered, I think odds are fairly high that the person who makes that discovery, maybe they first fell in love with learning because of dinosaurs. Paleontology is incredibly important to society in that we get people interested in science. We get people to be curious about the world around them, and you never know what will result from that. So, I hope that makes sense. Anyway.
Sure. So this is a step forward in learning many more things about our national territory that we did not know before.
Cool stuff. Yeah. Here's a link to that here. This is from 3 weeks ago, so I had just gotten to Utah at that point. Yeah. Cool stuff. Leslie Vaughn Wolfcaller says, I have a question. As somebody who loves psychology and animal behavior, I'd like to know how animal behaviorists affect the field of paleontology. Bonus question, is there anything people, including other scientists, believe about dinosaurs other than extinct megafauna behavior that you disagree with? Oh, interesting. Here's the thing, is that behavior is difficult to parse from just fossils. Typically, behaviors don't fossilize very well. Sometimes you can get records of behavior like trackways. Fossil footprints can tell us how an animal moved, the speed at which it was moving, the way that it carried its body, how close its legs are together, all kinds of stuff like that. Sometimes you have like fossil burrows or various other marks or impacts that a critter has upon its environment that get fossilized. But in terms of like psychology, that's tricky. The closest thing I can think of to that, Leslie, would be looking at like the neuroanatomy of dinosaurs and other critters. Tyrannosaurus endocast. There we go. Here is the brain of a T-Rex. By scanning the brain case in the skull of a dinosaur like this, you can tell the general shape of the brain. But this is a far cry from, like, psychology. You can tell the shape of the brain and how big certain regions are. So we know that this critter had a fairly large cerebral hemisphere and a huge olfactory bulb. This is the area responsible for smelling. These critters had an incredible sense of smell. You have stuff like where's the optical lobe? Ophthalmic nerve. There we go. This goes to the eyes. That's pretty big. So we have a pretty good sense that these critters had good eyesight. But, you know, psychology is kind of a bridge too far for this sort of thing. Like, it's very difficult to determine anything about the psychology of these animals just based on fossils. That makes sense. But, Leslie says, is there anything people, including other scientists, believe about dinosaur or other extinct megafauna behavior that you disagree with? I suspect that this old idea, that thankfully has largely been abandoned, this old idea that, you know, dinosaurs were slow, stupid animals that did not exhibit complex behaviors, I think that's bunk. But I think that idea has largely fallen out of favor anyway. Yeah. The more that we learn about Mesozoic dinosaurs, and the more we learn about modern reptiles, birds and crocodilians, and even lizards and snakes, the more we learn about them, the more complex their behaviors can seem. It's funny, the more you learn about a subject, the more complexities jump out at you. Yeah, I think, you know, dinosaurs were an extraordinarily successful group of animals. They ruled the Earth for over 150 million years. Ruled the Earth. They were the big terrestrial animals on our planet for over 150 million years. They were remarkably adaptable, and we do have a good amount of evidence now that they did exhibit complex behaviors. Many of them lived in groups. They're probably highly social animals. They probably communicated with one another visually and vocally. Those ideas are no longer controversial. Oh yeah. Anywho, yeah. And it is kind of croc-like. You're right, Murph. Yeah. Long, skinny brain is a lot like a croc. Lizzie Von Wolfcaller says, I've seen how we compare wounds on bones. That allows paleontologists to make guesses on hunting or fighting. My favorite dinosaur, Allosaurus, was originally believed to be a cannibal, from what I've just read. I don't know about that, given the scarring is in fact scarring, not fresh wounds. Oh, so with Allosaurus, sometimes the teeth of other Allosaurus are found in an Allosaurus carcass, along with bite marks on the bones. So that that does seem to imply that they probably were eating each other. We have this for a number of other dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus is the same way, as I understand it. There are bite marks that match Tyrannosaur teeth on Tyrannosaur bones. Hang on, not bite marks, I should say tooth marks. That's less hand-wavy. Yeah. You made it home. What is this? Ko-Fi. But Allosaurus is a very cool favorite dinosaur to have. It's the state dinosaur, or state fossil of Utah, where I just came from. And thank you, Trademark. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. That's lovely. Nice gesture. I appreciate that. Yeah. And yeah, you bet, Leslie. Thanks for asking. Since you mentioned Allosaurus here, I would be remiss not to show this off. Hang on just a moment. Here we go. This is my Allosaurus skull that I 3D printed a few years ago. Really gotta paint this one of these days, but yeah. Allosaurus fragilis. This is about as big as they get. In fact, this is maybe even slightly oversized. Most of them are not nearly this big. But yeah. Allosaurus fragilis. The lion of the Jurassic, as some people call it, kind of semi-goofily. It's a cool critter, Allosaurus. Really neat animal. This is one of the best-known theropod dinosaurs in the world. Mesozoic theropods, I guess. There have been more fossils of Allosaurus found than almost any other theropod dinosaur. So, it was the most common big theropod in the late Jurassic Morrison Formation. So, important critter. Important to understand, important to study, and it's just cool to boot, you know? What a neat animal. Allosaurus. Yeah, let me go put this back. Actually, while I'm doing that, keep an eye on my 3D printer. I'm printing a Diabloceratops skull right now. There we go. Girl made of cheese says I could take it in a fight. Well, I don't know if they like cheese, but it's not a small critter, Allosaurus. Some of the bigger individuals, they're like nearly T-Rex sized. Yeah, not a small critter. A dinosaur would have picked up a human and carried them away like a stuffed toy. There you go. Yeah. And Dinosaur Dave, the Diabloceratops, the Lego one, I gave to Don DeBlue. That's at his house now. It's part of his Diabloceratops collection. Yeah. Anyhow, it's in a place of honor in Don's Paleo Hotel, as he calls it. And Murph says, wouldn't the biggest be as tall and long as T-Rex, but not as heavily built? Probably, yeah. So we have some evidence that there were giant Allosaurus that would have been almost T-Rex sized, maybe approaching like 13 meters or more. But like the ones from Oklahoma seem huge, like Allosaurus anax, previously known as Saurophaganax. Like this is an enormous animal. Big, big, big. There we go. Allosaurus anax is roughly T-Rex sized. You know? Big, big, big critter. Jim thinks that since this critter's from Oklahoma might be one of the only places where you can find rocks from the very, like, tail end of the Jurassic period. Later than the other Morrison stuff. Stuff from, like, the Tithonian. It might be that just everybody keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger until the end of the Jurassic, and then there's that extinction event. So Allosaurus may have gotten really big, some of the diplodocid sauropods got really big, that's where we get, like, Supersaurus, potentially. Or, like, 100-foot-long Apatosaurus. Probably weighed close to 70 or 80 tons, stuff like that. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And Akira Eclipse says, how intelligent were most extinct dinosaurs? That's really tricky. We don't really know. I mean, heck, we don't know how intelligent most modern animals are. What even is intelligence? It's so hard to define. But we do have a lot of evidence that dinosaurs during the Mesozoic often had complex behaviors. Many of them were probably very social animals. They may have migrated long distances, you know, walked a long ways to find food and water, stuff like that. These are not the sorts of behaviors that you would attribute to a quote-unquote stupid animal. So they're probably more clever than you would imagine. And Leslie Von Wolf says, how do you feel about the name change of Saurophaganax to Allosaurus anax? I mean, it's just a name. That's the thing. At the end of the day, the names don't really matter. But the revelation that parts of the original Saurophaganax holotype were parts of sauropods was interesting. But yeah, there clearly was like a really big Allosaurid at the end of the Jurassic there in Oklahoma, right? That's pretty cool. Pretty interesting. Anyway. And Catlin Zerf says, do we know how intelligent we are? I mean, I know how intelligent I am, and it's not particularly, you know. I'm just some guy, you know? I'm not gonna go around calling myself hyper-intelligent or anything. I have a dog's brain, you know? I'm cool with that. Yeah. And, would dinosaurs socialize like modern mammals, play wrestling? I would not be at all surprised, given that modern birds will do that, and birds are the direct descendants of Mesozoic dinosaurs. They are dinosaurs. So, yeah. Anyway. Gibleg says, I'm one of the smartest people in my room right now. I hope I'm one of the smartest people in my room, because right now it's just me and Sweetie Pie in there. And even among all three of the cats, she is... There's a reason we call her Sweetie Pie and not Smarty Pie. Put it that way. Sorry, Sweetie. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our new dinosaurs. I would say welcome to the world, welcome back to the world. Mesetasaurus protector, genus and species name. What a lovely critter. Another new dinosaur for Uruguay, the second one. That's exciting. Second named dinosaur from Uruguay. And with that, we'll jump into our next one. We've got 5 more to do. Let's jump right into it. Let's get into Plesiolophus. We've got another new crested dinosaur species from Canada. New genus and species of Lambeosaurine hadrosaur have been identified in southern Alberta, dating back about 77 million years ago to the Campanian stage of the Cretaceous. And here, it's been reconstructed a lot like Parasaurolophus. In fact, it kind of looks like a cross between Parasaurolophus and Telatolophus. So Parasaurolophus, we've got here in the chat. We've got an emote for that critter. And Telatolophus looks like this. That's the skull for this critter. I have heard it suggested before that this critter might be the ancestor of Parasaurolophus, or at least a close relative. Parasaurolophus is from the Dinosaur Park Formation, from the late Campanian, I think. Cerro de Pueblo Formation is Campanian 73. What about Parasaurolophus, Dinosaur Park Formation? I think that's older, actually. Yeah, 76 to 74. Interesting. Anywho, this new critter has been suggested as possibly the ancestor of Parasaurolophus. Yeah, Casey says, more crested dinosaurs, please? Yeah, good stuff. I think they only have, like, a brain case from this critter, maybe a few other pieces. But we'll take a look. So, this subgroup of hadrosaurs, the Lambeosaurines, are inferred to have likely originated in Asia, where early diverging members were present as early as the Santonian, about 85 million years ago. More derived Lambeosaurines were present in western North America, Laramidia, by the early to middle Campanian, and attained their greatest known abundance and diversity on that landmass later in the Campanian, until about 72 million years ago. They do seem to kind of disappear, at least in the north, during the Maastrichtian. You get Edmontosaurus that kind of takes over. This critter here, Edmontosaurus. That's a lovely one. Up in Alaska, yeah. The Lambeosaurus seem to maybe disappear, at least in northern North America. In Canada and in Montana and the Dakotas. So anyway, this is going to be an interesting piece in that film. The new critter, named Plesiolophus warnerensis, the new Lambeosaurian species, was identified from a fossilized skull roof and brain case found by fossil hunter Wendy Sloboda. We know Wendy here. Near the Milk River Ridge Reservoir, close to the village of Warner in southern Alberta. So you saw Warnerensis. Ensis means from that place. So from Warner. It's a very small town in southern Alberta, Canada. Now, Wendy Sloboda has a dinosaur named after her called Wendy Ceratops. There we go. This critter right here. What a beautiful illustration, by the way. Wendy Ceratops. And here she is, talking about that discovery.
I'm Wendy Sloboda, and back in 2010, I was out looking for dinosaurs and found an unusual bone out in the Milk River Canyon area. It was a skull bone of a ceratopsian. I collected it and brought it home, prepared it, cleaned it up for Dr. Michael Ryan and Dr. David Evans. Dr. Ryan is from the Cleveland Museum, and Dr. Evans is from the Royal Ontario Museum. And they realized it was something unusual. It looked like a different kind of dinosaur.
So she found another new dinosaur now. Very cool.
Skull piece. So they proceeded to, after that, I showed them the site, and then they proceeded for 3 years to excavate a very large hole, and they collected almost the entire dinosaur.
Take years
it looks like it might be a bone bed, but they have the specimen is on display at the ROM, Royal Ontario Museum, and the neat thing is.
By the way, what's that on her arm right there?
It's completely new, and they named it after me, Wendy Ceratops pinhornensis, which is absolutely so exciting. I don't even know how to describe it. overwhelmed that that's what they called it. It's awesome. So awesome that I got a tattoo on my arm of it. And tattoo is now I can just show everybody.
There you go. That's awesome. Wendy Sloboda discovered Wendyceratops and this new dinosaur too, Plesiolophus. There we go. Found by Wendy Sloboda near the Milk River Ridge Reservoir. So this is from the Old Man Formation. This yielded surprisingly little diagnostic material from the ancestors of the region's later, more diverse duck-billed dinosaurs. Plesiolophus warnerensis represents the first diagnostic material, so the first, like, recognizable bits, of an adult Lambeosaurine, so a big crested duck-billed dinosaur, from this formation. Unlike later members of its lineage, Plesiolophus warnerensis retains several ancestral features in its skull. I do wonder if it's just because it's immature, sometimes this happens, but anyway. It had also possessed unmistakable characteristics linking it to the Parasaurolophinae, the clade that eventually produced the iconic hadrosaur, Parasaurolophus. To determine where the new species fit on the evolutionary tree, the researchers compared it with 87 other dinosaur species using a phylogenetic analysis. The analysis consistently recovered it as one of the earliest members of the North American Parasaurolophine lineage. Plesiolophus warnerensis is diagnosed by a unique combination of characters, which I always chuckle anytime somebody says that. Like, any species is diagnosed by a unique combination of characters. If it weren't unique, it wouldn't be a different species. But yeah. But does not appear to be strongly autapomorphic, and at present cannot be excluded as a potential ancestor to Parasaurolophus, which occurs in the overlying Dinosaur Park Formation, the scientists wrote in the paper. In some regards, the morphology of the new taxon conforms to what could be predicted for a stratigraphically lower representative of the Parasaurolophinae. So they're saying this looks very much like it could be the ancestor of Parasaurolophus. They're not saying that it is. But everything that they're seeing there is consistent with that idea. The greater morphological similarity to members of Lambeosaurinae is reflective of being temporally closer in time, to when this group split. And the similarity to immature examples of later Parasaurolophins is reflective of the heterochronic process hypothesized to have produced the exaggerated crests for which the clade is known. So what they're saying here is that it looks kind of similar to like a juvenile Parasaurolophus, and if this one is mature, that is consistent with like an ancestor thing, where often the ancestors look like the juveniles of the descendants. It's just a thing that you often encounter in evolutionary biology. So interesting stuff. This paper, which I don't... Do they link it here? They do. Unfortunately, this is paywalled.
Access denied.
And I didn't want to spend $40 on the PDF here. But yesterday, before stream, I emailed Dr. Bradley McFeeters. And he very kindly sent me the paper. So we now have a PDF of that. Let's take a look. Anytime that you encounter a paywalled scientific paper, and you really want to read it, but you don't have $60 to spend on a PDF, just email the corresponding author, and hopefully she or he will reply with a PDF. And that is precisely what happened here. So here we go. Good stuff. Now we can take a look. I love to show off the original papers whenever we get a chance here, because I feel like the general public, regular people, typically don't get a chance to see the original scientific literature. You might hear about a new scientific discovery on the news or on the radio or on TikTok or whatever, but very rarely do you get to see the original literature. I think it's important to show that off. I think if nothing else, it hopefully helps to serve... It hopefully helps to demystify science, make it seem a little bit less arcane. Like, here it is. This is exactly what we as scientists are reading. We're communicating ideas to each other in the literature. Here it is, straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. Yeah. And Reiko says, for real, scientists are desperate for validation, and inquiring about a copy of our work is a great way to boost our ego. We will respond unless we're on vacation. Definitely yes. Yeah. Hang on. I think the 3D printer has fallen silent. So either there's been a disaster or... Ooh, no. It is finished. Here. Let's go pluck this off of there and then start our other print. Here we go. If we want, we can put this together at the end of the stream today. What do you think, sweetie pie? Yeah. Anyhow, and there you go, Reiko, yeah. And Squiggles says, please send a huge thank you to him from our chat. We appreciate the access to science. You bet, Squiggles, yeah. Yeah. No, this is exciting work because we're helping to, like, figure out the paleobiogeography of these animals and how these lineages are evolving. This is fascinating stuff. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Brad, for sending this through. This is largely what we saw in the press release, so let's just take a look. This is where I think this was found here on Red Deer River.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
Saucan
Many
Style,
more
thanks for the
mysteries
follow.
waiting to be pondered.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Here's one of those new discoveries from... Is this it here? MRRR? Yeah, I think that's got to be it right there, near the town of Warner. Many Berries. That's a fun town name. That's a little whimsical. Southern Alberta, just north of Montana. Let's take a look at some of this material. It's not going to be the prettiest stuff in the world, just to tell you now, but this is the skull roof. So this is in the brain case. So here, let me go grab my Cariocecus skull print to show you, and we'll put this into perspective. Here we go. Excuse, please, that this is not painted yet, and we still have seams that aren't filled, but this is a dinosaur called Cariocecus. It's an iguanodontid dinosaur from the early Cretaceous of the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal. Here on the underside, this is the brain case in here. So if you look at the back of the skull, there's the foramen magnum. So there's where the spinal cord goes into. And the brain is in here, inside of the brain case. So that's what you're looking at in this picture, in the paper. You're looking at that brain case here. Ignore this seam down the middle. I need to fill that in. This is a byproduct of cutting it up so I can 3D print it. That's the brain case there. If you have a really well-preserved brain case, you could potentially tell a lot about the animal because, well, that housed the brain. It's well-preserved. You can actually figure out the size and shape of the brain, how big the different, parts of the brain are, get a sense for how the animal experienced the world, its senses, smell and sight and hearing and balance. By looking at the semicircular canals in the brain, you can actually tell the angle at which the animal held its head naturally. What would be the normal kind of orientation for the head as the critter is well balanced. So to go back to our Tyrannosaurus brain endocast here, those semicircular canals, which are in pink on this model. There we go. This is the inner ear right here. And think of it kind of like a spirit level, like one of these. It works in the same way, as I understand it, that inside of that fluid in those tubes, there's a little air bubble like this. This is an oversimplification, but it'll work for this. And so by looking at, how this is oriented, you can tell the angle at which the animal would hold its head naturally. There's a lot that you can tell from a brain like that. How good is its sense of smell? Did it have keen eyesight? Has it got a big cerebral hemisphere here like Tyrannosaurus does? Well, maybe it was fairly clever. That kind of thing. And Dinosaur Dave says, is that how we know that Titanosaurs held their heads perpendicular to the neck, or is that a neck joint thing? Now, it's still kind of a mystery for a lot of sauropods because they don't tend to have good skulls. Like, skulls are very rare for sauropods, and yeah, I don't know if anybody's really figured that out for a sauropod yet. Yeah. Anyhow, actually, Larry Whitmer would be the guy to ask about that. He'd probably know off the top of the dome, so to speak. Yeah. Anyhow. Where did I put this? Shoot, I just closed the paper. Just a second here. Dinosaur genera, Plesiolophus. Bingar. There we go. So yeah, not the prettiest fossils in the world, but we do have a brain case here. And here's a bunch of those little bones that make up the brain case. Parietal, frontal. So this is like from the forehead up here. Prefrontal is in front of that. Postorbital, this is behind the eye. So this would be the eye socket right here, I believe. That's the postorbital, and that's the prefrontal. This is the orbit right here, the eye socket. So you're looking at the right side of the brain case. And so these tend to evolve pretty quickly in these animals. The brain is like, it's crucial to just about everything about this critter. And so you can tell a lot from the brain case, as I would say. So even though it's not the prettiest or most charismatic looking bone, it's really scientifically informative. And in dinosaur paleontology, you use what you've got. You usually have very limited information. You make the most of it. If you have a brain case, you describe that. You see what information you can squeeze out of it. You've done a good job here. So here they are comparing it to other Lambeosaurines, the anatomy of their brain cases and everything. Moderate to large triangular region of the parietal between the interfrontal process and the sagittal crest also occurs in immature and adult Lambeosaurines, and in the Parasaurolophine Telatolophus, I was showing you earlier from Mexico. It is greatly reduced in immature Parasaurolophus, whereas in adult Parasaurolophus walkeri and Tubicen, the flat triangular region of the parietal is absent, and the interfrontal process of the sagittal crest meets directly at nearly a right angle. So this sort of thing requires studying and really becoming well acquainted with a bunch of other dinosaurs and all the particulars of their cranial anatomy. This is kind of how these things work. Like, you really need to know these critters inside and out if you're going to be doing good work, especially with such limited material like this. So I know some people wouldn't be thrilled that, like, you're naming a new genus based on a brain case, but it's, you know, you could do a lot worse than that. And they figured it really well here, at least, which is important. Lots of pictures. So here it is, coming out next to Plesioloph and Adelolophus. There's Plesioloph there. And then the Parasaurolophini. Nice. Glad that that's a robust result there. It's not like this thing's bouncing around the tree a bunch. We're like, we're pretty sure it belongs right here on the evolutionary family tree. It's good to see that. Yeah. And this is important. It helps fill in a blank spot on the map, so to speak. We don't yet have a Lambeosaurine from the Old Man Formation, I don't think. As the first one, this is important. It plugs a gap. Oh, good stuff. And then, oftentimes I talk about funding on these streams. For a lot of these papers, if they have funding information, it'll be like, okay, this project received no funding. This one did. This funding was supported in part by the NSERC Alexander Graham Bell Canada Graduate Scholarship, Ontario Graduate Scholarship, Dr. George A. Gillespie Memorial Scholarship, NSERC Discovery Grant, and multiple NSERC Discovery Grants. I'm often jealous of the amount of funding that Canadian paleontologists are able to get for their work, because here in the US, the federal government is currently trying to, like, basically actively murder American science. And while funding for science isn't stellar in Canada, they're doing a lot better than we are here in the States. So yeah. And Shando Calrissian says, how do they draw the line between a new species versus something not different enough to classify it as new? In this case, a lot of it is contextual. So this critter is from the Old Man Formation. So in the Old Man Formation, you already have a number of dinosaurs that have been named, but you don't have a Lambeosaurine like this yet. So this is something new. If you can say that, hey, the particulars of this brain case show that it's part of this group, Lambeosaurini, then you don't have a Lambeosaur from this formation yet. There's Lambeosaurus there. There's a bunch of different Lambeosaurine heads with their crests. If you don't have one yet from this formation, then you know that it's something new. Because this particular slice of time here is largely unexplored. That is a hypothesis. Like, there is a chance that... Well, there isn't really much of a chance that it's not new, to be frank. This is a Lambeosaurine from the Old Man Formation. We don't really have one yet, so it's gotta be something new. In other cases, it wouldn't be as obvious, you know? You might have to demonstrate, well, here's all of these reasons why this thing is unique. Why no other dinosaur ever found has this set of characteristics. But, yeah. Anywho, basically you compare it to close relatives, and you show that it's unique. And if it seems kind of iffy, then maybe don't name it as a new species or genus. They did that here, and it does seem to be new, so good for them. Cool stuff. Yeah. Anywho, excellent. Welcome to the world. Plesiolophus. Let's look at the etymology, by the way. Plesiolophus, I think it means like near the crest. I think in reference to Parasaurolophus. Yeah, ancient Greek, plesios. Okay, no, more plesiomorphic in its cranial anatomy than Parasaurolophus. Yeah, so near crest is what it means, literally. Plesiolophus, near crest. So it's saying it's like Parasaurolophus, but a bit earlier diverging, more primitive. Who knows, it might not even be diverging. It might be the direct ancestor of Parasaurolophus. And that would be exciting. That's an idea that I'm always fascinated by. Anagenesis. Here is a link to that press release there, if you'd like to look at it yourself. And then let's do a quick little image search here. There we go. There is the brain case. That's where it would be situated in the skull. So yeah, just along the back margin of the orbit, like I was telling you. And already there's a bunch of like fan art of this. That's really cool. You love to see it. People getting excited about a new dinosaur and wanting to draw it. That's lovely. I like that a lot. This is pretty funny. That's really funny. Plesiolophus pretending to be the Loch Ness Monster. That famous hoaxed photo, the surgeon's photo. That's clever. I like this a lot. Good stuff. Anywho, nice. Welcome to the world, Plesiolophus. Lovely. Alright, that's 2 of 6. We've got 4 more. Let's continue. So far, Uruguay and Canada. Next, let's move to India. Small sauropod dinosaur from the Jurassic period discovered in India. Paleontologists in India have discovered a partial skeleton of a diminutive, previously unknown neosauropod dinosaur from the Middle Jurassic rocks of Gujarat's Karak Basin. The discovery pushes back the known global spread of the major dinosaur lineage by tens of millions of years. Ceratocadia antiqua is the genus and species. Before we dive into that, let me really quickly backtrack and make sure that we're not missing a video or anything about Plesiolophus. I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, our new Indian sauropod here. Unlike the other titanic sauropod dinosaurs, this new species appears to have measured only about 7 meters or 23 feet long. This is small for a sauropod dinosaur. It's still much longer than any land-living animal that we have around today. Save for maybe like a saltwater crocodile, but I'm talking about terrestrial critters. Neosauropods, one of the most successful groups of Saurischian dinosaurs that attained a high diversity from the late Jurassic onwards until the end of the Cretaceous. This is Dr. Ashishek Natarajan from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and colleagues. However, the early history of neosauropodan lineages, the Diplodocid and Macronarian sauropods, critters like Diplodocus, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, and then your Brachiosaurs, the early history of this group, as well as members of other basally diverging taxa, other groups split off before we get them, has been controversial due to multiple factors. like the lack of suitable outcrops, poor constraints on the ages of the lower to middle Jurassic deposits, low rates of sampling, and partial and fragmentary preservation. There's a bunch of reasons why the early history of this group of dinosaurs is really spotty. That's part of what makes this new finding important. Recent advances in the study of neosauropods have focused on tackling these issues, presenting evidence that both diplodocoids and macronarians had a large geographical distribution. So critters like Brontosaurus and Brachiosaurus lived all over the place. How did they get there? We do have indications of a global distribution of neosauropods by the early Middle Jurassic. So by the time the early part of the Middle Jurassic arrives, these critters are already all over the world. The partial skeleton of our new species, Ceratocodia antiqua, was recovered from the Kaladongar Formation of the Karak Basin in western India. A total of 181 fragments from the excavation site, including vertebrae, ribs,
Gotta have them ribs.
forelimb bones, and hind limb elements, are all believed to belong to one individual animal. The rock layers containing the fossils are difficult to date precisely. That's frustrating. Spanning a range from the Pliensbachian stage of the early Jurassic to the Bajocian stage of the Middle Jurassic, meaning Ceratocodia antiqua could be as much as 190 million years old. That would be a stretch, shoot. 190 is really old. The fossils are housed at the Vertebrate Paleontology Lab, Department of Earth Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India, the paleontologist said. Using digital reconstruction techniques, they modeled the tail musculature of this new dinosaur based on comparisons with modern crocs and lizards. Their model suggests that this species held its tail horizontally and can swing it forcefully from side to side, movement they speculate may have served as a modest defense against predators. I don't know about modest defense. When you're a big animal with a huge muscular tail, that thing could be a formidable weapon. Even if it's not armed with spikes or armor plates or anything like that. Just that huge muscular mass just going wham could be enough to fend off or maybe even kill most predators. The hypothetical model of Ceratocodia suggests that the sauropod tail may have been used as a mild deterrent to predators, even without specialized adaptations like the whip tail of the Flagellocaudatus, they said. Yeah, so other dinosaurs in Diplodocoidea, like Apatosaurus here, they're known for these long whip-like tails, really flexible like this, and they may have actually been able to crack them like a bullwhip. Really neat. This critter probably didn't have that, but even so, that tail could have been a formidable defensive weapon. The team's phylogenetic analysis places Ceratocodia as an early branching macronarian, making it one of the oldest diagnosable members of Neosauropoda found anywhere in the world. So this, they're saying, might belong to the same group that Brachiosaurus belongs to. So Brachiosaurus is a macronarian. The name means like big nose or high nose, because they do have a big nose that's pretty high up. Kind of like you see here in Jurassic Park inspired. Here's a skull model of a Brachiosaurus. Got the nostrils way up there, high on the snout. Big nares there. So this is one of the oldest members of that group found anywhere in the world. Alongside two Chinese species, Dashanpusaurus dongai and Yuxiaolong kurinensis, it suggests that neosauropods had already achieved a global distribution before the Bajocian stage of the Jurassic. So pretty early on, they're already worldwide. The Kachich sauropod represents one of the earliest neosauropods and adds to the sparse global record of the early Middle Jurassic neosauropods, the researchers concluded. Their paper was published this month in JVP, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology. JVP is our in-house journal for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, SVP, and it is Well, let's see. Is it open access or is it paywalled? Full article. It is unfortunately
Access denied.
paywalled. But since I'm a member of this society, I pay my dues, I get access to the journal. So you're still going to get to see it. So let's pull that up here. Ceraticadia. There we go.
Access granted.
There we go. Excellent. Anyhow. And Coakinesis, yeah, Ceraticadia. Same suffix there. Caudia means tail. So Ceraticadia means horned tail. I wonder if it's got particularly long neural spines or something. We'll see. Let's look at their material here. I'm guessing the tail is the most prominent part that they found. There we go, yeah. So here is a skeletal diagram. In black is the silhouette inferred of the animal. And then here in white are the different bones they have found. So, you know, some rib fragments here.
Gotta have them ribs.
Some vertebral fragments from dorsal verts, one cervical vert. We've got part of a femur, tib fib here, a little bit of forelimb material, but it's mostly the tail that they have. Oh, yeah. Nice. Here's their quarry map, by the way. So this stuff was found pretty scattered. But just like you saw over the past 3 weeks, you know how we had that grid system set up? Where we've got those nails with the flagging tape on them 1 meter apart like this, forming a grid pattern? We're doing the same thing out there in India. This is kind of standard practice if you're doing a field excavation. So, that stuff was kind of found scattered all over the place, but given that all the elements do seem to be from a similar sized animal, it's probably all from the same individual animal, which is what they say here in the paper too. Good stuff. The silhouette was modified from Camarasaurus in Woodruff and Foster in 2017. Nice. 2017. I might have an illustration in that paper, actually. No, never mind. Different paper. Anyway. Well figured. This is great. So yeah, there's our quarry map. There's the skeletal drawing, and then here's some of those vertebrae. So they have them photographed from different angles, and there's little interpretive drawings here. All these abbreviations showing different parts of the anatomy. So condyle, pluricell maybe. I don't know what these mean. I'm not well versed enough in sauropod stuff to tell you, but that looks like a cervical vert, one of the neck vertebrae. Yep, anterior cervical vertebrae. Ooh. This is like a caudal here. Yep, proximal anterior caudal. So one of the tail vertebrae. Really nice caudal chevron right there. One of the dangly down bones. Under the tail verts. Yeah, excellent. And here's the etymology for the name. Cerato is Greek for horn, and cod, Greek for tail, referring to the unique horn-like crest on the neural spine of the anterior caudal vertebra. We've got some ribs, we've got some other appendicular elements there. Whatever. Good stuff. Given that we don't have nearly enough dinosaurs from India at this point, this is really encouraging to see. I love this. India has a wealth of dinosaur material, and yet a lot of it is not being excavated, not being studied. So this is encouraging to see. I'm really glad that this has been published, and I hope it's getting the attention it deserves in the popular press, too. Good stuff. There we go. There's some of the foot bones there. Left metatarsal. And then here it is. Here's our critter on the family tree. Coming up between Aragosaurus and Galviosaurus. Interesting. Huh. So like basal macronarian. Not too far from the Turiasauria. Huh. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, but these are different analyses. This one puts it next to Camarasaurus and Laurentasaurus. Huh. So it's kind of jumping around a fair bit, depending on which kind of phylogenetic analysis you do. A simplified, strict consensus tree, different data sets. Yeah. And they did histo here, too. Lovely. Always love to see this when they actually do a histological analysis. When you cut those bones open and you look at what's inside, you can tell how fast the animal was growing when it died, or maybe it's done growing, maybe it's fully mature. You cannot tell this stuff unless you actually do histo. Like, you can never be truly sure that an animal is full grown unless you have what we call here an EFS, external fundamental signature. This is where the growth lines start to get so close to one another the animal is slowing down its growth and it's basically not growing much anymore at all. It shows that it is skeletally mature. And it's good that they have that here, because otherwise I would be like, well, is it small because it's actually a small animal? That's as big as I got? Or is it small just because it's young? And here it seems it's got to just be small because it's just not a very big species. So if they do have an EFS, then that's great. Yeah, outermost cortex. Nice. Yeah. Cool. And so are they not sure where it belongs at this point, says Geeks Tour? I think the different trees that they have there kind of agree that it is somewhere near the base of Macronaria. This is the group that includes the Brachiosaurs and the Titanosaurs. So it keeps coming out near the base of Macronaria, which also makes sense if this grows from the Jurassic. It's pretty early on in time, so the idea that it's near the base of the Macronarian family tree makes perfect sense. Yeah, good stuff. Geeks Tour says, for all the harm that the internet does, then we get something like this from across the planet, where it's used for good. Exactly, you know? The internet can be a powerful tool if we use it for good things. Disseminating good scientific information, educating the public, spreading human knowledge. Those are all beautiful things, you know? Here they reconstructed the tail musculature, which is pretty cool. So this might look complicated, but it's not that tricky when you just look at the structure of the vertebrae. You get your transverse processes, your neural spine, you got your caudal chevrons. You kind of stick the muscles around those and let those be kind of your borders. And you end up with this. Pretty cool. And Rogues Do It Better says, did dinosaurs have growth plates or epiphyses? Yes and no. They wouldn't be exactly like they are in mammals, but and a lot of dinosaurs kind of heavily remodeled their bones as they grew. And I don't know whether or not mammals do that today. But what I can tell you is that by cutting those bones open and looking at the growth rings inside, you can can get a good sense for how old the animal was when it died. And that tells you whether or not it was mature. With some dinosaurs, it's a little tricky because, especially for theropods, they kind of have like indeterminate growth to a certain extent. At least in the sense that if they're not getting a lot of food, their growth really slows down. And it can look like they're mature even when they're not, because those growth rings get really close together. That's why you gotta be careful to really make sure you have an EFS. But yeah. Anyhow. Cool stuff. And I like that they're like, well, you know, we've got a decent tail right here. What can we do with that? We can reconstruct the musculature of the tail. So they do. They wouldn't have bothered to do this if they had a more complete skeleton or if they had a skull or something, but I'm glad that they're taking the time to do something cool with what they've got. So yeah, lots of information about the tail here. Reconstructing that. And then phylogenetic position and paleobiogeographic implications. Again, you can't really paint a picture of exactly what this animal would look like in life, but you can use important information about it, like where it's from in time and where it's from in the world, to help glean a little bit more information about the evolution of these groups. Like here we have an ancestral macronarian in India in the Jurassic. So even though the strata from which Ceratocodia has been discovered have a large temporal uncertainty, we don't know exactly how old these rocks are. Limiting the ability to accurately determine the time of evolutionary events, they did create a time-calibrated phylogenetic tree. Yeah, they're doing the best they can with what they've got. So here's our new critter, Ceratocodia antiqua, which could be anywhere from the lower or the upper Pliensbachian to the end of the Bajocian. So anyway, that's a lot of uncertainty there. It's not well dated. We're talking about millions of years that window there. But at least we know it's not Upper Jurassic. It would be a lot less interesting, honestly, if it were from the Upper Jurassic. The fact that it's from the middle or the lower, that makes it really intriguing. This is a big blank spot on the map. They did find an EFS, so they know this animal was done growing at least. Holotype had reached skeletal maturity. Anywho, cool stuff. Again, they're doing the best they can with what they've got. What they've got is pretty neat. Ceratocodia. Here is a link to that press release right there. And let's quickly look up images of this critter. Because if there's one thing that artists like to do, it's draw new dinosaurs right when they come out. So there's the one from the press release. Nice. Not a big critter, you know? This is only about elephant size, which is small for a sauropod. Another interpretation right there of it looking a bit more like a brachiosaur. Interesting take. And there's another one there. Yeah, I love when people get so excited about new dinosaurs. It's fun. Good stuff. And here's what we've got from that critter. Just to kind of recap. Not a whole lot, but enough to tell some interesting things. Welcome back to the world, Ceratocodia. Another dinosaur resurrected. Good stuff. So now we've got 3 more dinosaurs to do. Dine Venator, Musango, and Zengiornis. Let's do Dine Venator. New troodontid dinosaur genus, identified from fossil bone found decades ago in New Mexico. Again, this gets into what I was talking about yesterday. It can be decades in between when a dinosaur is first discovered and then when it actually gets described, named, published in the scientific literature.
Tradoon.
So yeah, and it is a troodontid. Yes, indeed. Paleontologists have described a new genus of small bird-like dinosaur that lived in what is now New Mexico approximately 73 million years ago. This is why I have a troodontid skull. This is Xenobazar up here, printed life-size. That's why I've got that up in the office today, in honor of this new troodontid. Dine Venator. Can anybody give me a guess why it's called Dine Venator? Any ideas? Dine Venator. Venator does mean hunter. Chose a sportful. Yep. Top trike says something to do with DNA. The namesake does have DNA in it, as all living things do. But, terrible hunter, says Neverwinter. No. I don't know this for a fact yet, but I think that's a tribal name. So Dine is, the Dine people are from the American Southwest. They either lived adjacent to, or are related to, or maybe synonymous with, not sure, the Navajo people. Navajo and Dine, I think, are... Well, we'll see. We'll see. This new work illustrates the dynamic nature of dinosaur studies as we continue to test what we think we know, says Dr. Anthony Fiorillo of the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science. Furthermore, it demonstrates that New Mexico clearly has a prominent place in those global conversations. This really helps us get a clearer picture of the diversity in this family of dinosaurs during the late Cretaceous in North America, and it adds to our knowledge of dinosaurs that once roamed New Mexico, said Dr. Stephen Jasinski, paleontology curator at the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science, and a paleontologist at Harrisburg University. Dine Venator robustus is known only from a nearly complete left frontal bone. So this is another dinosaur that's been named solely based on a single bone. Cataloged as SMP VP 1955. The specimen was unearthed in the summer of 2005 from the Denazin member of the Kirtland Formation, the San Juan Basin of northwestern New Mexico, U.S. The fossil's identity has shifted repeatedly since it was first described in 2006, when it was classified as a new species of raptor-like dromaeosaurid Sauronitholestes. Oh! So it was originally named as a new species of Sauronitholestes, and now they're like, it's different enough, we're going to give it a new genus name. Okay. Later paleontologists disputed that placement, and by 2014, the specimen had been reclassified as belonging to a troodontid. Sauronitholestes is a dromaeosaur, and troodontids are the sister group to dromaeosaurs. So, here. Dromaeosauridae versus Troodontidae. So dromaeosaurs are dinosaurs like Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Utahraptor. They're active predators. They're fairly stocky compared to the troodontids, which tend to be more gracile. Longer, skinnier legs, shorter arms. They're just kind of more lightly built in general, the troodontids. So kind of think of it this way. if dromaeosaurs, like Deinonychus, if they're wolves, then troodontids are coyotes. Usually a little bit smaller, more lightly built, maybe more generalist in their habits. You know, the dromaeosaurs, they're probably eating larger prey. They're more kind of like rough and tumble, like, you know, let's take down large prey items. Or like hypercarnivores. The troodontids, by contrast, may have actually been omnivorous. We have some evidence that they ate meat and plants. And they tend to be much skinnier, more svelte. Does that make sense? So our new critter is one of these. It seems to be a troodontid. But yeah, isn't that blue jay coloration cool? I like that a lot, Lenny. That's why I wanted to show that off. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho. Yeah. So, originally thought to be a dromaeosaur, later placed into Troodontidae, but even after that reassignment, some scientists considered the species invalid. And a 2026 study proposed folding it into another troodontid genus, Xenovenator, from Mexico. We just talked about this critter, I think a few months ago when it was published. Dr. Jasinski and his colleague, Robert Sullivan, I've met Bob Sullivan, concluded that the fossil is distinct enough from Xenovenator and other troodontids to warrant its own genus. So they're saying, this thing seems like it's unique. We're going to give it a brand new name. Their phylogenetic analysis, so when they were trying to generate a family tree with this animal, it placed Dinevenator and a group of large-bodied, thick-skulled troodontids alongside Xenovenator and the Canadian species Albertavenator. Rather than being a close relative of Xenovenator, as previously supported, the analysis found the new species to be the earliest diverging member of the robust skulled lineage. So this is a new thing. Some troodontids that seem to have, like, a thick skull. It's funny, like, once Xenovenator was named, Albertavenator, that kind of prompted some paleontologists to look at some dinosaurs that have been previously described and be like, oh, shoot. This is kind of a new weird group of troodontids with thick skulls. Suddenly all these frontal bones and stuff that are really thick. Like, is this a pachycephalosaur? Like, what the heck is this thing? Oh, suddenly it's a troodontid. There's one from the Isle of Wight. What is it, Yaverlandia? Yeah, it was thought to be a pachycephalosaur. And, yeah, it is now thought to, at least by some authors, thought to maybe be one of these thick-skulled troodontids from the UK. Yeah. Weird. Cool critter. Anyway, recognition of a distinct, large, robust, thick-skulled troodontid adds to the unique nature of the ancient ecosystems of the San Juan Basin in New Mexico, the authors concluded. Different dinosaur groups show close relationships with species from various other geographic regions, implying a complex interplay between species and systems during the late Cretaceous in North America. Here is a link to this press release here. And let's take a look at the paper. It is in the journal Fossil Studies, which I think is a newish journal. But fortunately for us, it is open access.
Access granted.
There we go. Dinevenator, a new genus of troodontid dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of Nueva Mexico. Steve Jasinski and Bob Sullivan as authors. So we've only got one bone here. At least we've got a decent sense for where this critter is, between 73.4 and 73 million years ago. We have ash dates for that, which is nice. And let's look at the etymology. Dinevenator. The genus name is derived from the Navajo word Dine. There you go. In reference to the people of the Navajo Nation. Okay, so Navajo and Dine, I guess, is... Are those almost synonyms? I want to look this up real quick. Dine redirects to Navajo. There we go. The Navajo term for themselves is Dine. The language is Navajo. Okay, that makes sense. Cool. So I guess it would be like Brazilians speak Portuguese, but they are Brazilians. Dine people speak Navajo, and it is the Navajo Nation. People refer to themselves as Dine. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And Neverwinter says, I met Steve Jasinski at my Fossil Club's annual show. Very nice guy. That's really cool to hear, Neverwinter. Awesome. Yeah. Cool. And Mythic Mexican says, so they published a paper from a portion of one bone? You could write a whole paper on the scapula you found in Utah? I mean, I won't, because we have many more bones from that critter. But... And I don't know how diagnostic a scapula is, but a frontal is a bone that evolves very quickly in this group of dinosaurs. In theropods, the frontal is one of those bones that it changes a lot. So the frontal, by the way, let me show you. It is, as you might imagine, like the forehead. The frontals are up here, and they're not really distinct. Let me go get the Tyrannosaurus skull. And, show you what that. There. There we go. So here is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus skull, or Nanotyrannosaurus, whatever you want to call it, I guess. Juvenile Tyrannosaurus might not be a thing anymore, you know? They were born 30 feet long. Right there. Let's see. Lacrimal, postorbital, frontals, yeah. The frontals are right here, so you can kind of see right there. There's those sutures between the nasals right here, and then the frontals. So these are the frontal bones. They're right there on top of the eyes. Potentially really diagnostic bones. I remember being out in the field with Denver Fowler in 2012, I think it was. We found a little tiny Tyrannosaur frontal in the basal sand of the Hell Creek, and it was missing the tip at the front. And Denver's like, we're gonna go back tomorrow and we're gonna find the tip there, so the thing is complete. Just for thoroughness sake, to get as much information as we can, we gotta go back there and find it. So we went and grabbed a spaghetti strainer from camp that night. And I was kind of rolling my eyes. I'm like, Denver, it's gone. Forget it. Like, we're not going to find that little piece of bone. And it... You know, I'd given up hope on that. Denver's like, no, we're going to find it. So we went back, and we spent half the day sifting through the sand there, trying to find this little chunk of frontal. And Denver was right. I ended up finding it. And it was worth our time. So anyway, the frontal is an important bone. So yeah, Microtyrannosaurus, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at... There it is. Yeah. So this is the... Left or right frontal? Left frontal, okay. So here's the top right here. There's the tip there at the front. Again, this is just like I was showing you. here it is in a tyrannosaur. These paired bones right here are the frontals. There's the suture between them right there. See that suture? And then little point. See it? Again, if I'd printed this, it'd be nice to print one of these in different colors at some point. At least paint them different colors. So. There we go. The frontals. So there's that suture. Right frontal, left frontal. So what you're looking at there is the left frontal right here as seen from the top. See a little point right there? That's the same as right here. See that? I know it's subtle, but yeah. And NNA Croon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So anyway, that's what they've got here, and it's unusually thick, very robust, which is weird. It's been suggested that maybe this group of troodontids is like headbutting each other or something. Bizarre. So anywho, yeah, there's an interpretive drawing right there. Oh, and there it is. Shoot. There's the frontals on DNA Venator. So this is what they're concluding the rest of the skull might look like. Making it fairly wide, which is interesting. Almost looks like the top of a Tyrannosaur skull. Yeah, so they're comparing these frontals between these different animals. These robust skulled troodontids. So yeah, good stuff. Not a whole lot else to say, I suppose. It's interesting that there's like a brand new group of troodontids that seems to be popping up all of a sudden. I mean, fossils from these critters have been dug up for a century at this point. But people will continue to look through collections and go like, oh, it's a weird theropod frontal. It's really thick. Is it a troodontid? Maybe it's a member of this new clade. So yeah. Anyway, cool stuff. DNA Venator. If you'd like to look at the original paper, there's a link in the chat for you. And let's take a look and see what kind of artwork people have made of this. DNA Venator. Lovely artwork here of this troodontid, well, shoot. It's seizing a mammal. You know what this reminds me of, chat? You know what this reminds me of? Oh boy. We gotta play that video real quick.
Birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children, finish your lunch. Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy? Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
Not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just the side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Oh, there you go. That's what this image reminded me of there. Yeah. For some of you, that's the first time you've seen that video, but that's one of my cold open videos that I sometimes play at the beginning of these streams. That's a favorite one for Thursday, Birds Day. But yeah. Dan the BC Man says, what was the title of the movie? Tradoon versus Mammal, the battle for Earth. Yeah. So that's what a bird flu is. A calculated biological attack on mammals. Exactly. Top right, yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other art that people have done of this new critter. Here's the one on Wikipedia. Here's the one on... Goodness, it's annoying that some of these are, embiggened properly. Yeah, that's pretty neat. I love when people are inspired to make new art of new dinosaurs. Warms my heart just to see the enthusiasm. I think that's awesome. Yeah. Good stuff. Well, welcome back to the world, DNA Venator. Do a real quick search to make sure that we're not missing like a video press release or anything. No, nothing. Odd. What about a Ceratocodia? I don't know if they searched that yet. Nope. Huh. 2 dinosaurs left. We've gone through 4. Now we have 2 left before we're fully caught up. So let's go ahead and do that. From New Mexico to Zimbabwe. New species of Triassic dinosaur discovered on the shores of Zimbabwe's Lake Kariba. An international team of paleontologists has identified a new evidence of an early sauropodomorph dinosaur in Zimbabwe, adding to growing evidence that southern Africa hosted a richer diversity of dinosaurs during the late Triassic than previously recognized. I mean, that should come as no surprise. Of course there's going to be lots of cool, interesting dinosaurs in southern Africa during the Triassic. This is why I have the Plesioloph and Mesetasaurus skulls on the wall today, because this critter is another basal sauropodomorph dinosaur. Named Musango matusadoniensis, the animal is the 5th dinosaur species named from Zimbabwe. Until recently, it was assumed that dinosaurs living across southern Africa were largely the same, said Professor Paul Barrett. at the NHM in London. However, these discoveries are showing that this part of the ancient supercontinent Gondwana was actually made of a series of smaller ecosystems, each with a different cast of characters. I do wonder whether it's actually faunal endemism, or whether we're just looking at different times here, especially since a lot of this stuff is poorly temporally constrained. Are we actually looking at distinct dinosaur communities here, all at the same time? Or do we have different snapshots of dinosaurs from millions of years apart from one another? I guess we'll see how well constrained stratigraphically these fossils are when we look at the paper. The partial skeleton of Musango Matusa donaiensis was excavated in 2018 from the Pebbly Arcos Formation near Musango Island on the margin of Lake Kariba. The specimen includes the dinosaur's vertebrae, limb bones, and pieces of its hip and shoulder girdles. It's a decent amount of material. Paul Barrett and his colleagues estimate the animal measured about 4.5 meters, about 15 feet in length, and weighed around 222 kilos. So I think that's about 500 pounds. New dinosaur species like Musango show the value of doing paleontological fieldwork in remote, often scenically beautiful places, said Professor Jonah Conieri, paleontologist at Johannesburg's Evolutionary Studies Institute in South Africa. According to the team, Musango belonged to a group of early sauropodomorphs, the lineage that would eventually give rise to the giant long-necked sauropods. This family is called the Unesauridae. Their analysis places the new species as a close relative of Musanqua. Don't get those two mixed up, which I've already done so many times. Musango and Musanqua, another dinosaur previously found in the very same rock formation. Despite living side by side, the two ancient creatures were clearly distinct species, differing in hip and limb anatomy and in body size. Musanqua is estimated to have weighed more than twice as much. The discovery suggests that what we found so far is only the tip of the iceberg, Professor Barrett said. Okay, so he's actually comparing it to another critter that is coeval, which makes a lot of sense. So I kind of spoke too soon there. We've already got one other new species that we have yet to describe, while our team has been told about other fossils from the region that we've yet to look at. I think it's likely there are even more dinosaurs still to be found there. The discovery of Musango is described in a paper published July 28th, 2026 in the Journal of Systematic Paleontology. And luckily for us, it's open access.
Access granted.
There we go. Okay, let's make that slightly bigger. Bigging it a little bit. There we go. Yeah, good stuff. And man, really long list of authors here. Cool. Several of these folks are locals in Zimbabwe, which is good to see. At least that's what I'm presuming looking at the names, but let's test that. G. Yeah. National Museums and Monuments of Zimbabwe. Natural History Museum of Zimbabwe. Masanga Safari Camp. Yeah. It's nice that this is not like parachute paleontology, where like people are just landing in this country and being like, "Oh, give us all fossils. We will name them out from under you." It looks like there's genuine involvement from local people, which should be the standard nowadays, and it is becoming the standard, which is good. Let's take a look at these fossils. I'm also interested in the etymology, too. What does the name mean? Named for the Musango concession area, the type locality, and nearby Musango Island. Musango is a Chisona word that can be translated as living in the bush, referring to its remote location. Nice. Cool. We've got an associated partial skeleton with 5 dorsal verts, at least 2 sacral verts, at least 15 caudal verts. Lots of vertebrae. From the back, the hips, and especially from the tail. Dorsal rib fragments, gastralia, which are belly ribs, on the ventral side of the gut. 3 partial chevrons, those are the dangly down bones under the tail. A left scapula and coracoid. We've got part of the shoulder girdle. An incomplete left humerus. Manual ungule, finger bone. Partial left ilium, that's the upper hip bone. A right pubis, lower hip bone. Partial right tibia and fibula, shin bones. The left astragalus, one of the ankle bones, and calcaneum. Left metatarsal 5, so one of the upper foot bones. One pedal phalanx, one toe bone. And various indeterminate bone fragments. Good stuff. So, oh man. This had to have been a really cool place to work, right on the shore of Lake Kariba there. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, there it is. Look how lush and green. That's so strange that you've got this outcrop in the middle of it all, but that's lovely to see. And here we go. You know, a decent portion of this animal. No skull, no neck, but enough to be able to tell that this is an early sauropodomorph. And I guess it's distinctive enough from Musankwa to make Musango a different dinosaur. Yeah. And interesting, based on observations made during the excavation, this specimen was originally identified as a non-dinosaur archosaur. So when they were digging it up, they're like, yeah, this isn't a dinosaur. It's some sort of other archosaurian reptile, but not a dinosaur. But in the lab, preparation and further study revealed that it was a sauropodomorph dinosaur. So there you go. That is important to remember. Field identifications are tentative. You don't really know what you've got oftentimes until you get it back into the lab and actually study it there. So, important to remember. So there's some of those vertebrae there. Phalanx, I think. Yep. More vertebrae.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Side B, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got gastralia and dorsal ribs.
Gotta have them ribs.
And neural arches of the sacral vertebrae. Interesting. So I'm not sure where the sacral vertebrae actually belong. If it's one or two, or position it. Decent amount of material, and only the 5th dinosaur ever named from Zimbabwe. I hope the people there are really proud of this, because they should be. This is really cool. When you think of Zimbabwe, you don't necessarily think of dinosaurs, but they have dinosaurs there, and they are important from very early on in the age of dinosaurs. There's a scapula right there. Nice. Preservation isn't the greatest on these, but it's not the worst either. A scapa and coracoid there. Yeah, good stuff. This is neat. And there's a phalanx, one of the finger bones. Cool. Good stuff. Was this an ilium? No, pubis. Okay. Limb bone there. Tib and fib. No, that's just the tibia. Okay. And there's the fibula. Excellent. Cool stuff. And they did histo too. Excellent. You love to see it. They actually did histology. They're counting those growth rings there in the bone. Do they have an EFS, though? Spaces between the outer 5 growth marks are notably narrower compared with those in the inner to mid-cortex. The outermost cortex is composed of parallel fibered bone, indicating an overall decrease in growth rate. This is a noteworthy region on the posterior side of the bone that appears between 2 annuli. So they don't have an EFS. They don't necessarily know that this animal is full grown. So because it's smaller than Musankwa, they're saying, oh, it's definitely different, but I wonder if... Oh, do they have an EFS? Mention an EFS. I don't know, I'd be a little cautious about this, especially with Saurischian dinosaurs. If you don't have an EFS, you don't necessarily know that they're mature. Anyway, lovely illustration of this critter right here by Mark Whitten. Beautiful. Look at that. Just lovely illustration there. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Musungo. Welcome back, you early sauropodomorph. Good stuff. Again, not a big critter, but a lot of those early sauropodomorphs are not very big, so it makes a lot of sense. There's one next to a metoposaur. Looking a little bit worried. I like the expression here. He's like, lovely. Excellent. Do a quick check. Make sure we're not missing a video on this critter. It'd be nice to show that. Oh, goodness. Just the AI slop trash that you find on YouTube nowadays. It's just really frustrating.
This animal was a tank, built like nothing you've ever seen before.
What in the world is this? Ugh.
I'm talking about Rutendourus zimbabwe, the first sauropod discovered in Zimbabwe's Pebbly Arcos Formation.
Wait, Rudiodon? I'm sorry. Rudiodon is a phytosaur from the Triassic. It's not a... What
Zimbabwe,
is this trash?
Which is... But here's the kicker. Think about what...
Basura, this is garbage. I wish you could report things on YouTube for just being AI trash. It's just like procedurally generated garbage. It's just spam. Yeah. Anyhow, it's nice to see actual human beings making art of this critter. You've got the kind of standard bearers on like Wikipedia.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Tired tea leaf.
Do a research on that, Oliver.
I'd never.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, that's a really cool one. I love how in this image... Oh, is that just artistic license, or are they... I almost thought they were incorporating colors from the Zimbabwean flag. But that's blue and not green. I don't know. Anyhow, cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Real Arilla says YouTube has always and will always be like that. Loads of BS, and sometimes you find something good. It's gotten so much worse. It's like, I mean, people have looked into this and actually, like, cataloged. The vast majority of uploads to YouTube nowadays are just AI trash. Like, if you just search dinosaur on YouTube in the past week, I will show you. So let's do this week. Filter for that. It's nice that this is up at the top. We're gonna watch this later on, probably. Here we go. Here. Again, just like AI-generated trash. And I mean, this is the thumbnails, it's the videos themselves, it's just absolute garbage, you know? Just the lowest rent slop imaginable. I'm actually kind of shocked that this stuff wasn't at the top. I guess we're a little bit lucky in that there have been well-produced videos just in the past few days, but oftentimes when I search this, because this is what I do oftentimes when I'm getting ready to stream for the day, like, let's see if there's anything new on YouTube that we should be addressing, and it's usually just pages and pages and pages of AI slop. But yeah. Anywho. Copernicus Cat says AI gen is a bit of a gamble. It's like playing a slot machine that's not plugged in. Put it that way. Just putting quarters into it. Why isn't this thing paying out? Anyhow. Yeah. In my view, AI is just absolutely synonymous with low effort, garbage tier nonsense, you know? If anything's done with the assistance of AI, it's trash. Ignore it. Throw it out. It's not worth your time. AI writing, for instance. If you as a human being couldn't be bothered to write something, why should I be bothered to read it? You couldn't even be bothered to write it, you know? It's just... nobody asked for this. I don't know. It's making people stupid and lazy and... don't get me started, you know? Anyhow. This is not a reflection upon Musango, new sauropodomorph dinosaur from Zimbabwe. That's cool stuff. I'm glad it's out there. Are you ready for our final dinosaur? Of 6 new genera that have been named while I was out there in Utah. Ones that we missed because I was in the field. I've got one left. And this one is an avian dinosaur, also known as a... bird. You ready? New Jurassic fossil reveals how birds lost their dinosaur tails. Paleontologists in China have described a small, previously unknown Jurassic bird whose short tail offers new evidence for how the earliest birds traded their long dinosaur-like tails for the compact tailbone that helps living birds fly. looking at this right here, I'm almost a little suspicious that something about this feels kind of like procedurally generated, but I think it's the shape of the head in particular, but I think I'm just being way too suspicious. It says, image credit, Chung Tat Chung. Anyway. Modern birds are unique among vertebrates and having a short tail capped by a fused clump of bone called a pygostyle. That's the parson's nose on like a chicken or turkey. That anchors the tail, the fan of tail feathers, and is essential to flight. Their dinosaur ancestors, by contrast, had long bony tails with dozens of vertebrae. How and when that transition happened between a long bony tail and a very short bony tail with a tail feather found. How and when that transition happened has been difficult to pin down, largely because so few fossils capture birds in an intermediate stage. Dana Rashid actually talked about this in a regional TED Talk. And she had an interesting point here. Here we go.
150 million years of evolutionary change between what is generally regarded as the first bird, Archaeopteryx, my favorite dinosaur, and say a modern chicken. Because there's a lot to study, we had to narrow it down. We decided to start with bird tail evolution. In the Jurassic and Cretaceous, the most primitive birds had long, reptilian-like tails. But about 130 million years ago, the fossil record shows a sudden appearance of short-tailed birds. Long and short-tailed birds coexisted for a couple million years, but since then, all birds have had this modern tail configuration. There are fewer vertebrae in the tail, and the vertebrae at the end are all fused together into a structure called the pygostyle. This modern tail has been hugely advantageous for birds, with improvements to flight lift and aerodynamics, and concomitant changes in tail feathers likely impacted sexual selection. Female birds seem to think that male birds with striking tail feather displays are pretty shiny. So, how do we study bird tail evolution, or really any event that occurred millions of years ago? For this, we use a strategy called Evo-Devo.
So, because there are not very many fossils here, it becomes kind of tricky to like see how and when this transition actually took place. So what Dana says here, let me see if I can find that real quick. In the transcript, I know she talks about dogs. Breeds of dogs. Here we go.
Dogs. You may think that there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of altered genes between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, but scientists are finding out that all of the differences between all the different dog breeds boil down to just 3 genes.
Which is nuts.
If we can understand how changes in DNA cause physical changes, we can better understand how traits evolve, and we can better interpret the fossil record. Since the Dino Chicken Project...
Let's see. Conclusion. Anyway, here we go.
We found a very particular change in the somites at the end of the chicken embryo tail that snaps a whole bunch of puzzle pieces together. If a mouse mutant has this same sort of change, it has a short tail. It has fusion of vertebrae in that tail. It also has changes in the formation of spinal nerves, all of which are exactly what we see in the modern bird tail. So maybe the fruitless search for Cretaceous intermediate forms is because there were no intermediates. A single genetic mutation could have been responsible for both shortening the tail and fusing it up at the end.
So that's really interesting, that Dana here is trying to explain why you don't have, like, medium tail length proto-birds. And she says, well, maybe it's because we shouldn't expect to find that in the fossil record because the change happened so quickly. But now we might actually have an in-between in the fossil record. The newly identified bird species, Zengjiornis buyu, appears to be one of those missing pieces, because long-tailed and short-tailed birds appeared nearly simultaneously in the early fossil record without clear intermediates. Evolutionary biologists have long argued that a transitional species having an abbreviated but entirely unfused bony tail was biologically improbable and unlikely to have ever existed. That's what we just heard from Dana there. Said Dr. Zhangge Zhou, paleontologist with the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology. That's the IVPP in Beijing. The holotype specimen of Zengjiornis buyu was found in 2024 in the Nanyuan province near Yangyuan village in the Zhenghe country in China's Fujian province. The fossil dates to about 148 to 150 million years ago, to the end of the Jurassic, when some of the earliest birds were beginning to diversify. Excuse me. It is the fourth bird taxon now known from what paleontologists call the Zhenghe fauna. Apologies if I butchered that. Joining Fujian venator, Bemeniornis, and an incomplete specimen represented by a single furcula or wishbone. Furcula, not furcular. Based on the circumference and length of its thigh bone, the authors estimate a body mass of 74 to 163 grams, smaller than the diminutive specimen long held up as the smallest known Archaeopteryx. The holotype of Zengjiornis buyu is, to our knowledge, the smallest adult individual of a non-pygostylian theropod thus known thus far. So, the smallest, non-short-tailed bird or any theropod ever found. Interesting. It still contains just 15 vertebrae, fewer than the 23 to 24 found in Archaeopteryx, or the more than 30 found in other bird relatives. Yet those vertebrae remain separate rather than fused into a pygostyle. So this bird seems to be reducing its number of tail vertebrae without fusing them up, which is a really interesting kind of in-between. And this is not long after Archaeopteryx exactly, Neverwinter, yeah. Yeah. The two final tailbones are unusually box-shaped, a feature otherwise seen only in the distantly related dinosaur Caudipteryx. Caudipteryx also has a tail feather fan. And somebody mentioned Dinochirus maybe having something similar. There's another dinosaur kind of famous for this. Nomingia is an oviraptorosaur that seems to have a pygostyle. Its tail is also really shortened, and it's usually reconstructed with a big fan-like array of tail feathers like that. Nomingia. Good stuff. That's a cool one there. I like that a lot. Yeah. Good stuff. Here we go. So these findings challenge the notion that the tail shortening and pygostyle formation occurred simultaneously. This anatomical mosaic proves a stepwise evolutionary path. The vertebral reduction and shortening preceded pygostyle fusion in early bird evolution, says Dr. Min Wang, also from the IVPP in Beijing. The team's analysis also suggests that Zengjiornis buyu was not clearly adapted to either tree-dwelling or ground-dwelling life, in contrast to other Jurassic birds found nearby. So maybe it was kind of a generalist in terms of its ecology. Maybe it's living in trees and on the ground and doing whatever. The disparate body size, skeletal architecture, and niche preference among co-occurring Zhenghe birds, varying from the generalist Zengjiornis buyu to the cursorial Fujian venator, provide indisputable evidence that aviolans, birds and their relatives, had already underwent a major adaptive radiation by the very end of the Jurassic period, the paleontologist said. This landmark discovery effectively reconciles long-standing academic debates regarding the timing and initial diversification of early birds. Really cool. Here is a link to this press piece here. And then, I don't know if I've looked at the paper yet. It is open access. Beautiful.
granted.
Excellent. Good stuff. And look at this gorgeous specimen here. So they don't have the head, but they've got the tail, the hind limbs, most of the forelimb, much of the trunk of the animal here. Just lovely. You get this kind of exquisite preservation in this part of China. It's beautiful. Yeah, detail of the tail right there. Lovely. Good stuff. Good stuff. And so they've done all kinds of analyses here. What is this about? Morphospace and hind limb disparity of Mesozoic theropods. So they're trying to figure out, like, what's the ecology of this animal? Is it a runner? Is it a climber? Is it living in trees? What's it doing based on the proportions of its limbs? Good stuff. Yeah. Nice. And then comparisons of different tails. From, like, a velociraptor tail right here to that of Anchiornis, Archaeopteryx, Zhengiornis, and then you get the Confucius ornithid birds with that pygostyle there. And then you get your modern birds, Ornithioromorpha. Cool. So interesting for understanding how the tail shortened up and when this occurred. It does run counter to what I thought before, like what Dana was saying, that maybe you shouldn't expect to find those intermediate fossils because the change happened so fast. But now we have one of those in-betweens, it seems. Interesting stuff. It goes to show that we should always go out there and try and find more fossils. Because it's one thing to say, well, you know, it probably went this way or probably went that way. You don't know until you actually find the fossils. It's important to remember that. Never let things become too theoretical in paleontology. Because we can run actual experiments by going out there and finding more fossils. That is one of the most, it is the most powerful experimental tool that we have in paleontology, is fieldwork, you know? Go out there and find more fossils. Speaking of birds, lovely birds like this. Mark Melbourne, thank you for the 10.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Mark. Thank you for the support. Those 10 lucky chatters are, I'm sure, just as excited as this Tinamou bird is here. That's, oh goodness, what happened? Tinamou error, okay. Maybe too many subs, but I appreciate it very much, Mark Melbourne, and I know those 10 lucky chatters do too. Thank you, Mark Melbourne, for that support. Lovely. Good stuff. I don't have too much to say about this not being.
Wasn't it a meteor?
They're all meat eaters. Meteor. Take it easy.
Cherry birds
and their 5 raiders are all meat eaters too.
The majority of people who do research in paleontology
consider themselves to be
detectives in a sense. That part of the joy of our field is being able to go
Anonymous
out and put together
gifted 3
clues that
subs.
sometimes are extremely obscure.
There we go. Anonymous, thank you. You're as generous as you are mysterious. Cherry Burns, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Here to introduce anybody who might be new to the channel and play a real quick channel trailer, less than a minute long.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do. Thank you, Ariana Celestine, for the 100 bits.
Woo science.
Do we have a hype train going on here? Beautiful.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science, too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
A limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There you go. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had an excellent stream, Cherry Burns. Thank you again for bringing everybody over. Speaking of that 3D printing, this is not going to be done for a while, but we already went over 6 brand new dinosaur species, dinosaur genera, that were just published while I was away in Utah doing fieldwork.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you, Sketchy Tracks, for these 16 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online, Sketchy Tracks. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I just spent 3 weeks, more than 3 weeks, out in the Utah desert, digging up a brand new species of iguanodon dinosaur with the Utah Geological Survey. And while we were out there, I missed out on a bunch of new dinosaurs that were described. So we just caught up. We now, as of today, went over 6 new dinosaurs. So we are pretty well caught up here now. Let's take a look at the Wikipedia article here, 2026 in Archosaur Paleontology. And here, let's count the number of new dinosaurs from this year. So, Archosaurs, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with Eopanachosaurus, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 with Spinosaurus mirabilis, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 new dinosaurs published so far in the year 2026. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. How many weeks are we into 2026? We're 33 weeks in. Let's see here. So, 52 divided by 33. We are... Well, we should multiply this number by 1.57 to get an estimate for how many dinosaurs may be published this year if current trends continue. So 1.57 times 28 equals 44 new dinosaurs published this year if current trends continue. That's pretty good. 44 new genera and species of dinosaur in a year is not too shabby. It's not a record or anything, but it's pretty good. And there you go, Sketchy Tracks, yeah. Yeah. So anyhow, we'll see if we get to that number, if this turns out to be a record year or not. We'll see. And then right around New Year's, I think we'll do a recap. Maybe we'll do a tier list of all the new dinosaurs that were published in 2026. I think that'd be fun. We've done that in previous years. I think we'll do it again this year if we have time. But for right now, speaking of having time, I think we've got just enough time right now to assemble parts of our Diabloceratops 3D print. So let's get started with that. There we go. So Diabloceratops is one of many people's favorite dinosaurs now, which is pretty cool. I work with the guy who discovered this animal, Diabloceratops, and we're going to be assembling a skull like this. I only have a few parts printed so far, but we've got the left parietal epi ossification, so the big horn coming off the back of the frill on the left side, and then a few other frill bones. Might as well start putting this together. Why don't we? So let's do it. Yeah. Here are the pieces I have at the moment. Here are our workspace here. Just putting that down on the desk pad. And gonna do assembling this thing. Grab my glues. Excellent. So I've already scored some of these so that everything will stick better. You want to have a nice rough surface, not a really smooth surface, but something with a lot of texture in order to get these things to actually stay. So you'll notice on here, see all these streaks? So I kind of cut this up with a hobby knife to give it a little bit more topography. I gotta do that for a few more of these real quick, and also I want to snip away some of this chaff over here. Go get my snips, be right back. There we go, good. And also, I'm gonna pull this part off. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really excited about this. Diabloceratops is a dinosaur that is near and dear to my heart. It's one of Don DeBlue's babies. He discovered this critter, and I've worked with Don for the past 5 years now, out in the Utah desert. And Don happens to have a skull of Diabloceratops, a cast, so a molded and cast replica of the original skull. He has that in his living room above his fireplace. It was a gift from his wife. Let me show you the picture, actually. So I have a photo of this from when I went to go stay with Dawn before the field season started a couple years ago. This would have been 2023, I believe. Here's me in a cast of the Diabloceratops skull at the museum in Cleveland. This is in July of 2023. And then, just like a week later or so, I flew back into Utah. And then, check this out. There's that same skull, painted a little different, above Don's fireplace in his living room. It's just such a cool showpiece, and I am so excited to have one here in my office. That's why I'm so excited about this. I've also driven all the way down to Salt Lake City from Montana before to see that skull in particular and take some photos and measurements for a colleague. So you could say we go way back, me and Diabloceratops. It is a cool critter. It's like plasticky threads on here. Let's do a test fit right here. I guess this is gonna go like this right here. So this is the parietal bar in the middle of the frill. So this is gonna go here. This is gonna go right here. Lovely. Nice. So again, this is the kind of Y-shaped bone in the middle of the frill there. In the middle of that frill at the top, you see? And you've got that nice embayment, that kind of U shape at the top. U shape at the top right there. Yeah. So I'm gonna score this real quick with my hobby knife, my X-Acto knife, whatever you want to call it. Let's make sure that this is nice and scuffed up. Good texture for the glue to stick to. There's already some texture there, so I think this will be fine. This side's a little smoother. I could do this with sandpaper, but that creates a lot of dust, and it's just really messy. I feel like we kind of achieved the same thing here, with much less detritus. It feels nice and textury. Good. Alright. A quick test fitting here. Lovely. Let's start gluing. Let's get to it. So what I'm going to do is put on some Gorilla Glue first of all. Anytime I'm assembling PLA 3D prints like this... Oh man, I want to scuff this up too real quick. Shoot. I like to mix together cyanoacrylate, which is super glue, and then this Gorilla Glue clear grip stuff. Super glue is really the best way to get PLA parts, polylactic acid 3D printed parts to stick together. But sometimes that bond can be a little bit brittle. So the Gorilla Glue here helps to kind of fill in some of the gaps and add a bit more kind of flexibility to that bond. Test fit this again right here. Nice occlusion. Lovely. Alright. But to seal the deal, super glue. And there you go, Copernicus cat, it's true. Gorillas were not around yet. Did I have another one of these that fell behind the desk? I do. Here, let's use the old one first.
Trajune.
That train down at the bottom for a minute. But let's put a little bit more Gorilla Glue on there.
Trajune.
There we go. I'll make sure that that hole for the peg there is nice and snug.
Trajune.
Copernicus Cat says just whip some 2-part epoxy on that and it'll be fine. That stuff tends to be expensive. And, there's just a lot of mixing. I find this to be a lot simpler. I've had mixed success with 2-part epoxies. This is a method I've been using for a long time, and it seems to work really well. Here we go. So the super glue lets this dry. It starts to set like within less than a minute. It's way faster than 2-part epoxy. If I were doing 2-part epoxy, I wouldn't be doing this on stream because it takes too long to set. That would not be as engaging to watch. Yeah. Alright, nice. We've got a really nice level of occlusion here. Beautiful. Lovely. There we go. Excellent. Do this side. Just like that. Superb. Okay. Gorilla Glue here. Pergus says, I took my kiddo to a dinosaur day our small local museum was hosting. They had a paleontologist as a guest speaker. When I looked up his YouTube, your face was one of the first faces I saw on his channel. Turgis, you're not from Texas, are you? Was that Jurassic James that you met there? If it is, cool. James is awesome. Okay, Gorilla Glue. It's Gorilla Glued. I am from Texas, and it was Jurassic James. That's awesome, Turgis. Very cool. He's doing good work out there. All right, nice test fitting here. Beautiful. Let's clean up some of that excess, that spillage on here. Cyanoacrylate. Nice strong bond. There we go. Lovely. Cool. Very nice. Excellent. Some more of that spillage. Beautiful. All right. Very nice. And Dragoness says, what you working on there? On this. A Diabloceratops skull. So this part right here is this embayment at the top of the frill between the fused parietal bones. That's what we got right here. And then this is going to go on here. That's our next step. But I want to let this set first before we start putting extra stress on it. In fact, I got to make sure that everything's occluding right. It's about good right there. There we go. Nice. Nice. Excellent. And how do you hide or fill the seams when you finish the work, says Rogues Do It Better. There's two different things that I'll use. And here, I'll show you. For smaller stuff, if it's a little bit less involved, if I don't want to make a whole day out of it, then I'll use plastic putty. Like this right here. Plastic wood, I find, works pretty well for this kind of thing. For smaller stuff. But if there's great big gaps to fill, this can be a little... It's a small tube, you know? For much bigger gaps, I use water putty. This stuff is great. We used this at Museum of the Rockies when I used to work there. You just mix in some water. It's like a powder on the inside of the can. You mix them together with the right ratio and then use it to fill in gaps, smooth out rough spots, do whatever. And it'll dry and harden, and then you can sand it, you can paint it. In order to seal it afterward, I use a two-part epoxy 3D print smoothing compound called XTC 3D. The stuff is nasty and it's kind of expensive, but it works well. And so I'll use that to kind of seal everything afterward and help smooth out the print lines. So yeah. Anyway, this stuff is great. It's like, I think this is like $8 for a can this big. You can get it at your local hardware store. It's lovely. Big fan of this stuff, but you do have to mix it, and then it is pretty messy, but I like it a lot. And I have to try that on my Mari. Ooh, cool, roasted butter, nice. Enjoy. Anyway, we got this. Varietals there. We can go ahead and stick that on. Oh, this is gonna. Oh, this is cool. It's taking shape. All right. Let's get some Gorilla Glue on here. Nice. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Let's seal the deal with some Gorilla Glue, or some cyanoacrylate super glue here. There we are. Lovely. So I'm making sure to make sure I'm ensuring that all of the edges are lined up properly. You don't want it to be off-center or anything. It'll make the post-processing that much easier, smoothing and filling in the seams and everything, if stuff is not off-center, off-kilter, whatever. Nice, there we go. Lovely. All right. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. The midline of our Diabloceratops frill. One of those big parietal horns, parietal epis, whatever you want to call it. Nice. That is lovely. And of course, I'll be filling in these seams so you want to be able to see them later on before I paint the thing. Seal it with the XTC 3D, but not too shabby. The beginning of our Diabloceratops. Man, this thing is going to be big, but it's going to be impressive. It's going to be impressive. Lovely. Oh, I'm excited about this. Yes. Nice. Nice. Well, with that said, we've been going for almost 5 hours at this point. It's almost about time to wrap things up. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Do you think little mammals would use Diabloceratops as a ballista vehicle in war? I don't know if they had the kind of time to wage war. I bet you those little mammals were busy just trying to eke out a living. You know? I don't think they're the knights of the Mesozoic world. I think they're maybe more the poor subsistence farmers. Little mammal peasants living in a world ruled by feudal dynasties of dinosaurs. Good stuff. Set this here as the glue continues to set. Good. All right. I think with that, it's about time to wrap this up. Don't go away yet. We're going to raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch, if at all possible. What are our options at the moment? Who's doing science? Let's see. Shark Geek is doing some marine biology science. Excellent. We'll go right into him. Everybody, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your enthusiasm. Thanks for sticking with me as we went through 6 brand new dinosaur species that were published while I was away in the field. It feels good to be caught up. Tomorrow we can get up to some more fun stuff and be assembling more of our Diabloceratops. Let's run our credits here real quick. Thank you to everybody who is about to appear in these credits. Come on. Come on, credits. There we go. Let's start over this raid, actually. There we go. What's up with this? Why is it not? Come on now. There we go. Hopefully this does it. Thank you to everybody about to be named in our credits. From new followers and raiders to the subscribers, the gifters, and the cheerers, those folks who make these streams possible through their financial support. Couldn't do this without you. It's the reason why all of this exists, is because of your generous support. Thank you for helping me do science outreach here on Twitch. And Kodali, thank you for the 52 months of support with the Prime there. I appreciate that, Kodali. Thank you, thank you.
Paleo el bile, paleo el bile, paleo el bile.
Thank you, Kodali. Thank you to the moderators, too. Those folks who come in here day in and day out.
Hello?
Take the phone to
Yes, and Bucky, thank you for the 3 months.
It's the dinosaur man.
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
Anyway, mods, thank you for always being here. Thank you for your dedication, your patience, your curiosity. Thank you for answering questions, all that good stuff. We're running out of time. We're going to go right into Shark Geek.